Lions, Stony Point, Presidio, Wiley, Winston, Raceback, Covenant, KCAL, Palmdale, Holy Solars, Heroes, and by the way, you're all my heroes, Pirate Ingenuity, and Solar Jumpers. Jumpers. Solar Jumpers, are you here?
Are you up next?
Thank you, Doc. Just to remind everybody, if you're not here when your team is called, that is a penalty. So let's start with issues we saw yesterday. First one, a reminder to teams, there is no passing support vehicles. Solar cars may not pass support vehicles while they are moving, okay? I'll be clear. While the support vehicle is moving, you cannot go around them. Support vehicle drivers, please do not crawl around the track at 10 miles an hour. Please move at a reasonable pace. You should be what is safe, but typically, you know, when we're out on the track, I'm out on the track, we're doing 30-35, which is a comfortable speed for solar cars. You aren't impeding somebody's race at that speed. Obviously, it's different when you slow down, stop, and pick up your car. So, recap on that one. Solar cars, don't pass chase vehicles. Chase vehicles, please move at a reasonable pace. And remember, you have to follow the same rules about sounding your horn, using your turn signals when you pass other teams. All right. Next random thing of business. We've been seeing more and more visitors to the track. This is the last and final reminder to all teams that if you have somebody visiting, be it a parent, be it a sponsor, be it whoever, they have to follow the same rules as the rest of the event. And for being out on the track and pit road, it means closed-toed shoes and a full-brimmed hat. Okay? If we find people that aren't in compliance with that, it will be a penalty. Now let me go back a step, because I was trying to save a little bit of good news. You guys were fantastic. I mean it. You guys deserve another round of applause for that driving out there. It was awesome. Time and time again, and I know most of you have seen me standing out there on turn 2 thinking about my choices in life. I've watched you guys, even when something happens, you're making the best decisions possible out there. And I just wanted to thank all the drivers for listening and making the best of it, and I hope that everybody continues to make lots of laps. So thank you again. It was fantastic yesterday.
So I want to cover a last bit of driving issues that we had. We know that, you know, solar car racers, we optimize everything, right? Everything that we can do. But we also recognize that, you know, when it comes to an end of a race session, we may cut it a little tight. And we have no control of what happens in front of you. We know that in pit lane, if there's a car that's driving slower in front of you, you may end up just sitting behind them and maybe not getting a lap because you ran out of time. Okay? So if you are really cutting it close on getting that final lap for a particular session, we would recommend that you instead stay out on the track. Finish your lap out at the start-finish line. Then you could take your slower lap coming back, you know, and bring it back to the garage. So we just want to make sure that, you know, whatever circumstances may happen there, we want to make sure you get the lap that you are looking for. The second thing is, for the last 2 days, I have failed to announce the electric solar division daily tasks. So just want to let you know, like yesterday, we actually took the media people on a ride along, and that was fun, and that was live stream, so it was really neat. Today, you're responsible for, during the racing session, so not during lunch, driving on your own power down to the water station and getting 5 bottles of water from here, driving it over to the electric solar division to go drop it off to our judge, and then up to control. So all on your own power.
What location again, William? Where do they drive it to?
So you're responsible for driving from the track down to the water station, grabbing water, going over to the electric solar monitoring judge, 2 bottles there, and then 3 bottles at control. Okay? If you have any questions, let me know. All right, now for the results of the day. The winner of the Classic Division of Day 2, running 75 laps yesterday, 175 total, Holy Solars. The winner of Day 2 in the Advanced Classic Division, 124 laps yesterday, 252 total, Covenant Christian. The winner of Day 2 in the Advanced Division, 227 laps yesterday, 464 total, Raisback Aviation.
Congratulations.
And the winner of Day 2 in the Electric Solar Power Division, 74 laps yesterday, 141 total, Palmdale Electric. Before I announce the start order, if all those who got the day trophies could come by, those who picked up the trophies, come by and see us right after this meeting. Now for your start order. Raisback Aviation, 8 o'clock. Covenant Christian, 8:01. Iron Lions, 8:02. Wiley East, 8:03. Palmdale Classic, 8:04. Holy Solars, 8:05. Palmdale Electric, 8:06. Heroes Alliance, 8:07. Solar Jumpers, 8:08. Pirate Ingenuity, 8:09. Plano, 8:10. KCAL, 8:11. Stony Point, 8:12. Presidio, 8:13. Ballard, 8:14. Oregon, 8:15. Winston, 8:16. Have a great race day today. Come on down. Greenback, come up.
All right. So this is day 3 of the 2022 Solar Car Challenge up here at the Texas Motor Speedway in Texas. We have 22 teams came here. I think we have 17 racing today, and they are on their 3rd day. They've broken down, they fixed their cars, had all sorts of drama behind the scenes, But today should be a solid racing day after working out the kinks for the first 2 days.
Yeah, I think we've seen some things that are different than in previous years that at least I've seen. I think the biggest one being the heat causing a lot of problems, particularly for electrical components of these cars, whether they be the motors, the motor controllers, just overheating in general. And today is meant to be even hotter than yesterday. So we'll see if that continues to play an impact on how these teams are performing. But in terms of the actual just mechanical stability and things of these cars, we're seeing the traditional problems where every once in a while something comes up, but for the most part, a lot of these teams are pretty solid.
Right. I think, the one unexpected thing, heat is expected, but it is forecasted to be 111 degrees today. So it is going to be a really rough one, and we could see some breakdowns of cars in ways that we've never seen before, probably some overheated motors and motor controllers. Hopefully we won't see too many exhausted participants coming in here with dehydration, but it could happen.
Could be a very busy day, for sure.
All right. So we are now going to cut to Tomek, who is over talking to some racers preparing their cars. And Tomek, you, sir, are live.
This team, bit of a difficult first 2 days for them. They went through 3 motors, doing a lot of work. That chain came off more times than I can count. But they're sounding optimistic today, right?
Mm-hmm. Yes, sir.
So you think you're gonna get some good running today and catch up maybe to your competitors?
We hope so. Yesterday we figured out that we didn't have a limit on our batteries, and we have to set a limit to it. And yesterday we figured out it was 300, so we set it to 80, and we're gonna see how it goes on the first lap. And if it runs better, we're hoping we can make it go faster.
Well, we'll be watching. Fingers crossed. Okay. If we wander down this pit lane here, we can see all of the advanced teams over here, or specifically the Iron Lions and Raceback, are doing some final charging in preparation for the race. They've angled those solar panels to catch the rising sun. Looks like they're all involved, but I'm going to go over and ask them anyway, because annoying reporters do that. Is the confidence high for today?
Yes. Yesterday went well, so I'm hoping today goes well too.
Did I hear right that you guys hit a cone yesterday?
Yeah, we did. It had some minor damage to the fairing, but it wasn't too bad.
Okay. So all fixed now and ready to go?
Yes.
All right. Best of luck. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Cool. They look good. Let's move down to the Iron Lions, who all seem a little bit occupied, but that's okay. We'll go over there anyway. Yeah, same deal for them. They obviously lost a lot of running yesterday to that steering issue with the wheel alignment in the front wheels. But they did get it running, and they did, hook to 117 laps in the end, which is just over half what Raceback did, so they will be looking to catch up. Real quick, what's the confidence for today?
Very confident.
Okay. You fixed all the issues you had yesterday?
Yes, we made sure we took care of them. We were off the track for a little bit, but we should be good to go.
Okay. Well, and the pace is going to be good?
Pace will be good.
All right. Cool. Good luck. Yeah, well, they look happy. At least happier than they've been in the past 2 days. All the other teams here are really going through the same deal, as it were. I do want to go down to Winston because they were out of action for a long time yesterday. And I'm curious to see, they've got that car up on the jacks there now working underneath it, whether they've sorted most of those out. Are we going to see you guys out more today?
Yes, you will.
Okay.
Yes.
Have you sorted most of the issues out there?
Yes, we have. We had a sprocket get sheared from the chain. We were lucky enough to find a 16-tooth sprocket in Dallas, and our team here assisted us with putting it on. we're looking now at the chain after getting back on the race to see if it needs to be loosened.
Perfect. Thanks so much. So yeah, in case you missed what happened yesterday, the chain was a little loose, and it basically ground away the teeth on that sprocket attached to the motor until there was essentially nothing left, and they lost their drive. And the car can't drive without a sprocket, so they had to get a new one. Thankfully, it looks like they've done that without having to borrow from another team, as several have had to. And it'll go out, and we'll watch to see if they can make up some of that ground they lost. Wiley here is a team that really hasn't had that many issues, at least not that I know of. And they do have a seemingly very efficient race car. So let's go over here. Real quick from me, what's the confidence level from you guys for today?
Confidence level. We first day fully charged, so we are hoping that we will at least tie or beat the previous track record for our division.
High confidence then from the Wiley team. We'll be watching you. Good luck. So there has been a little bit of doubt as to whether teams can get fully charged. We have some dust blowing in from the Sahara over there, and so it's meant that the sunlight hasn't been quite as strong, though it has been hot. But it means that the solar panels haven't been quite as efficient. So. But it seems as if they've found a way to make that work anyway, and still fully charge the batteries. So yeah, if they think they can beat the track record, we'll be watching that. That's all from me for now. We'll see if we can get some more for you later.
Great. Thank you, Tomek. Thank you, Tomek. While we're here chatting in the control room, Tomek's going to be going to the south garage bay. That was all the north bay, and we'll see what the cars are there like doing there in just a moment. So, Mackenzie, we saw that a sprocket had been destroyed. We had some brake problems on some cars. So tell me, what's going on in particularly the advanced division with the second place team there?
Yeah, so second place team currently is the Iron Lions. We've seen them before, an incredibly strong team, but we did see quite a few issues throughout the day yesterday. I think day one was a really strong day for them, and we had heard towards the end of the day that they may have been looking at some potential battery issues. They had a few incidents on the track. There was a slight collision with some cones at one point from what I hear, and then there was potential questions about maybe that affecting the alignment of their wheels and a few other areas of the car, which if you're familiar with cars, having an off alignment can not only make it much harder to steer, but also really affects drag, and will ultimately pull a lot more amps on your system, and ultimately you'll lose energy much faster because your motor's having to compensate for all that drag.
Right. So basically, Raisbeck Aviation and Iron Lines were neck and neck the very first day, like only a couple of laps separating them in the advanced division. Right. Those are the two cars that you've seen just going whirring around the track at speeds maybe approaching 50 miles an hour sometimes.
Yeah, beautiful, stunning cars both. So it was obviously a pretty rough day yesterday for the Iron Lions, as they were for most of the morning working on tweaking these things out, figuring things out, putting the car on the track, it not working, taking the car back off the track, tweaking again. It really goes to show the importance of determination for that team and how hard they worked. And by the afternoon, I believe we saw it back out on the track and doing really well, which is why we were able to see them still get so many laps. So hopefully today we should be able to see them operating back up again. Sometimes it can be a little bit of an adjustment period, but we're hopeful to see them back on their traditional schedule.
Right. So hopefully, they'll catch up, and it might seem difficult to catch up at this point after getting a lot fewer laps due to their technical problems. But any team could have a breakdown at any time, and they could match. They could make that up. So it could happen. All right.
Yep.
So let's now check in with Tomek and see if Tomek is ready. Tomek, are you ready? It looks like he is. And Tomek, in 5, we are switching to you. Tomek is live. Tomek is live.
So I'm here with the Holy Solars, current leader in your division, right? How's the confidence feeling for today? You guys didn't quite as many laps yesterday as you wanted, right?
Well, yeah, but we're feeling still pretty strong. We're just going to keep it at a slow pace, make sure we keep our batteries charged, and make sure nothing breaks.
That's really been your sort of goal so far, right? Because you guys haven't necessarily been the quickest outright, but when everyone else has been breaking down, you guys have just kept turning lap.
Yeah, I believe everyone's batteries and others motor controls have been overheating. With us, we're keeping a constant speed, making sure everything's at the right temperature, right charge, basically keeping everything that we can control in the right standards.
It will be 111 degrees today, folks. So maybe restraint is the name of the game. Good luck. We'll be looking out for you.
Thank you.
So yeah, very interesting to note that especially motor controller issues have really been cropping up and down this pit lane. As just the electric, the friction generated by the motor and the current there, just actually destroys the motor and then the motor controller from the inside. That requires some teams to turn down the power. We especially talked to the Heroes Alliance over there. They said that they're actually running their battery or their motor at 40% full throttle. And that they're thinking that they might even have to turn it down to somewhere in the region of 35 just to make sure that it doesn't, blow itself to bits. Let's go over and see if we can actually talk to them, because that would be interesting. And as we go by, take note of that car there that doesn't have as adjustable of a solar array, so they've just pitched it up at an angle on a jack to try and catch as much sun as they can. And that is engineering at work. Looks like no one's working on this car, so they feel confident that it's all in one piece, which is good. But they are all over here, so let's see if we can catch one of them. Let's give him a sec. Can I steal one of you real quick? That would... breakfast takes precedence. No, that's 100% fair. Alright, we got one. That's fine. Okay, let's go over to the car. Breakfast takes precedence. You want to do it again? Okay. I feel like it's always you, but you always have something good to say. We're good? Okay. Yeah. Well, Velcro is just as necessary as duct tape, zip ties, and the million other things. Yeah, well, fair. So, coming here today, your batteries are fully charged. You feel good?
Yeah, we should be having a full charge on them, ready to go. We have some mentors, some people that help us here, like the whole team. They stay back and monitor the charging, so to make sure that we have a full charge.
When do you guys actually leave the track? 'Cause racing ends at 4.
At 4, we do exit the track, and then we come here. We have our meeting. We see what we did right. We see what we did wrong. Most of the time, it's just some nitpicking things for the wrong things, but we do really great, and we hope to keep it that way. We also had a discussion last night at the hotel we were staying at. We were all thinking maybe we should push it a little harder, maybe we could even drive longer.
On a single charge, you mean?
On a single charge, yep. In the morning, it's basically cooler, and like I mentioned, the motor, we're trying to keep it
below 200.
Below 200 degrees, right? And in the morning, it does not reach that. Like, it's not close at all. So we wanted to see maybe if we could push it harder. But the team, the students, make the decision, and we all voted to keep it at the pace we are going at. We're doing really great. We don't want to ruin anything. The motor is a big part of the car.
Better is the enemy of good, right?
Yeah.
Are you at all worried about, the potential weather concerns today, whether it be heat or dust?
Heat, dust, man. Weather's always going against us.
At least it's not raining.
At least it's not rain, right. We do our best. Weather can give us anything. We got it. We'll figure it out. Problem solving is what we have to do here.
Good words. Best of luck out there today. Yeah. Appreciate it.
All right. Thank you, Tomek, for that. Thank you. While Tomek finds some more teams to talk to over in the South Garage area, we now have William Shee with us, the race director, deputy race director here. So, William, how did everything go yesterday? What is your overall impression of the race?
Yesterday was a lot better than the first day. I think the first day, teams were driving around and they weren't used to the track, and so they were really blocking each other and making it difficult for people to pass. Second day of the race, all the nerves have calmed down. People have, it's like, okay, I know how to drive this track, and it was a fun race to watch.
Nice. So what are we expecting today?
Well, today should be more of the same in terms of it's going to be hot out there, and we're going to have to deal with monitoring the heat stress. By our procedures, we'll continue to have the 95-degree heat index where we swap drivers out on a regular basis to make sure they're cared for. And then at 105, we will continue to monitor and see if we need to call the race early.
Now, I'm curious, there have been a few years where there have been days of rain. Obviously, that is not a problem with this race. It is just nonstop sun. Nonstop sun, literally just baking us all. What do you prefer? A little break with a little rain, or being baked to death in an oven?
As race official, it is more fun to see rain and to see, how teams might strategize, right? If it's sun, it's like, well, just keep running. But, it's also fun to see when the sun is out, the teams are driving really fast because they get so much sun into their battery systems. And so we see, Raceback Aviation driving, minute 40, minute 30 laps on a 1.5 mile track. So it's fun to watch.
So technically, I've heard that solar cells are perhaps not as efficient at higher temperatures. What does the higher temperature do? Even though you have nonstop sun, does it lower the efficiency, and by how much generally for these cells?
They do. Solar cells are essentially like semiconductors, right? They're made of silicon, and especially the power trackers as well that convert the solar power to your battery charging power. And so it does make it less efficient. How much less efficient, can't quantify, but the more important part is the solar energy coming in. And so you'll definitely get more energy on a clear, hot day than you would have on a cloudy or a rainy, cool day.
Okay, great. Well, we definitely look forward to seeing that. And let's check in with Tomek. It looks like Tomek is ready in the garages there. They're looking at a car. So let's switch back to Tomek. And Tomek, you are live.
Excuse me. Solar Falcons are here, sun creaming up, making sure that their drivers don't get burned as they sit in this cockpit of heat. No, go ahead, sorry. And they're about to wheel them out, get them at the start line ready to go. Let me see if I can grab one of their team members as they go out and just kind of ask how they're feeling for today. And after that, we'll follow them down and we'll watch the cars roll out. Begin another lovely day of racing here at Texas Motor Speedway. You mind if I just ask you how you're feeling for today?
Yeah, I think pretty confident on today's race. I think we can, come on top again.
Any you've learned in the past 2 days that are particularly informing any decisions you're making today, or just kind of keep doing what you're doing?
I think as long as we're keeping our drivers and passengers, safe, hydrated, protected from the sun, I think we should be fine and keep doing what we've been doing.
All right, sounds like it. They've built a good race car, they've built an efficient team, and they're ready to go. As is just about everyone else in this garage. Solar panels are slowly getting folded, put back on top. Wheels are getting unblocked, and cars are getting pushed down. And away we go.
All right, thank you, Tomek. Thank you. Now, back in the studio here, while Tomek looks for another group to interview and discuss the race with, let's see what's going on out here. We can see out at the start of the race that we have our first car in the lineup up there, getting ready to go out. But you wanted to talk about, we have one of these divisions, there's only a single lap difference between first and second, is that correct?
So if you remember from talking about it yesterday, the way we award, awards, I guess, in the beginning of the day, we recognize the daily winners from each day. So the winners, whoever got the most laps from day 1, day 2, and so on. And then we have the cumulative lap count, which ultimately is what determines the winners at the very end of the race.
Right, and actually, if you look at the ticker here, that's what the ticker at the bottom of the screen right here is showing you. It is showing you first the total laps for the entire race, and then the second number. Actually, I think that might be reversed right now, and the other number, but the other, our graphics guys are working on that, and the other number, the lower number, is the daily lap count.
Yes, and so that's kind of the two values we're looking at, right? So you saw the winners if you were watching live a few minutes ago during the race kind of award beginning of the drivers meeting area. So one of those divisions, being the electric solar division, yesterday actually came down to a 1 lap difference over who won the race day.
1 lap.
1 lap, which is insane. It was between Heroes Alliance and Solar Falcons, and we watched it all go down on camera. And really what it came down to was those staggered starts and stops. Heroes Alliance started the race day a little earlier and therefore had to get off the track a little before. And Solar Falcons had a little extra time, and in that they were able to squeeze out 1 more lap and got it. So Solar Falcons ran a really good race yesterday and were able to catch Heroes Alliance. But they went back and forth really steady all day, which was really awesome. So none of them had any problems. Now, the overall lap count for that division, Heroes Alliance is still holding strong because of how well they did on day 1. So Heroes is still at 156, or 165 for their overall lap count. But that's why you saw the Solar Falcons receive the award for today, for yesterday's racing. So it'll be interesting to see how those two play it out the rest of the race, because those day trophies are obviously a really fun thing to receive and something all the teams work for.
Right, it's really nice how they've divided up the award system here at the race, where you have a daily trophy, because anybody's luck could change. You could have a breakdown. Your car could be completely out by the end of the race due to some unforeseen technical problem, a crash, an accident, breaking down of a critical item. So there's daily awards, and then of course the total lap award, which is the grand award for your division. And it looks like Tomek is prepared to talk with some groups here. So let's switch over to him. And Tomek, you are live.
All right, final team left here in the garage that we haven't talked to yet is KCAL from Keller. They had a pretty good day yesterday. Well, mixed, but better than the first one. And I think you guys are on the up, right?
Not quite. So we actually had one of our batteries just come have a hole burned into it. So we're actually having to replace one of our batteries because we can't run it like that. It's
right.
Smoking. That's a good way to get a solar car that is on fire. So yeah, we're taking a big penalty, I think about 16 laps to be able to put one of our old batteries in it. But it means we'll still be able to run the race and keep going today. But hopefully this fixes our charging problem, because we were running just on panel yesterday. So maybe we can get some of the batteries going and get moving back into full gear. But yeah, that's definitely a problem. Just keep getting getting more and more.
I'm sorry. Such is the nature of solar cars. How long do you think it's going to take you to get it fixed?
We should be on the track by 8 a.m. for sure. They're putting it in now, and we should be able to get the side panels on and up to the track. So it's not a big problem to fix. It's just a little bit of a loss, and apparently we're just trying to replace as much of this solar car as we can before the end of this race.
Okay. Well, hopefully you get another full day of running, because it's really been. I mean, it's a lovely car, and I'd like to see it do more than it has. But fingers crossed for you. Good luck. Appreciate it. So yeah, as you heard there, they're having to replace a battery, and in this event, there are certain parts that if you have to change them mid-race, you get a severe penalty for it. Batteries are a big part of that. They're going to lose 16 laps of not of actual running, but 16 laps are going to be deducted from their final total for getting the car running, which sucks. But such is the nature of things, and they do have to get this car out if it's ever gonna compete with the rest of the field, which I think it can. They've done a great job of building something on a fairly tight budget that can really compete with the best when it runs. Touch wood, today it will.
All right, thank you, Tomek. Thank you for that. While Tomek is finding another team to discuss issues with. So yes, let's talk about that rule real quick.
Yeah,
so
sure.
when batteries go out, or anything really, there is an entire point deduction system, correct?
Right, so the problem kind of comes into play that if you're switching out batteries, there's a chance you could be giving an unfair advantage to your own team. So batteries, as you use them over time, actually wear down and progressively get less and less efficient. So if you're putting in a brand new battery, you're increasing kind of the capacity of your overall battery pack compared to other teams who've been running a battery pack the whole race. So on one hand, you may be replacing that same battery that you're using and think, oh, well, it should just go right back to what we've been using. But in fact, because it's a brand new battery, it'll actually pull up the rest of their capacity for their pack. So in order to keep it fair, there is a penalty assessed to teams who replace a battery. Now, if they just open up their battery pack to look at things, to check some stuff, they're fine. But the moment they decide to replace a battery, there's a penalty. The way the penalty works is you take the number of batteries that you're operating with. So let's say if you had 4 batteries, you get the ratio of the batteries that you've changed over the amount of batteries you have. So if we replace 1 battery out of 4, you multiply that by 100, and that's the number of laps you're deducted. So that would be 25 laps in our scenario.
Wow.
Now, most teams run, anywhere from 4 to 6 to more. So it looks different for every team, but the idea is it's a ratio of your overall capacity.
All right, it looks like Tomek is following a team out. Let's go live to Tomek now. And Tomek, you are live.
All right, we're here just in the pit lane. All the teams are lining up here. So we'll talk to some drivers. How are you feeling today?
I'm feeling pretty excited. We've started to get an actual good average speed ready so that we can be more consistent on the track there.
Yeah, end of yesterday seemed pretty consistent for you guys. You were just kind of turning those laps. You think you're going to be able to repeat that today?
Yeah, I think so. Now that we've been able to kind of get out how much charge we have and how much we can go off of that, we should be able to go consistent at maybe a higher speed than we did yesterday.
Did you guys just not kind of have enough testing to do that before, or was it that the conditions were different from what you were expecting?
It was a mix of testing, and also we just didn't know everything. For our panels to charge, we need to have this battery powered on, and a lot of that we would have it powered off. So we didn't have full voltage, as well as we just didn't know what speed could go to use however many voltage we had.
And final thing, you mentioned you had 3D parts on this car when we were talking before. Could you show those to us, just for any interested members of the audience?
What we look at up here is we have a 3D printed mirror mount, so that we had to find a way to attach a rear view mirror to a circular bar like this, and we just designed a part and did that. Another one you can see is this cup holder here. We have it 3D printed because, again, we needed to find a way to mount a circular bottle to a square tubing, and that's just not very easy. If you look behind us, I can't really point to it, the battery covers, the exhaust, and the top and the back, those are also 3D printed. And we use those just in case of worst case scenario. If it were to rain, that would push all the rain out of the battery box and not even let it in, even if it's powered off.
Awesome. Thanks so much. Appreciate it. Good luck today. So yeah, a wealth of manufacturing techniques being used here. We've talked to the Solar Jumpers, we've talked to the Heroes Alliance. I think we've just about talked to every team here. Back to the studio for now.
All right, thank you, Tomek. Thank you, Tomek. That was great to see those cars lining up. And looks like the race start is going to be in 5 minutes. In just 5 minutes, we'll be racing.
And you're going to see those cars lining up in the order of which the number of laps they got yesterday. So first team was the number who got the most yesterday, and working backwards from there. So the race starts may look different from day to day.
All right, and so let's go back to Tomek and Jacob as they are going up and down the line there of cars, and then in just a few minutes we'll cut to the race start. And Tomek, you're live.
Yeah, so we took everyone through that garage over there with all the EV and the Advanced Classic teams. Now going over to this side, we've kind of discussed some strategy with some of these teams, but most of them have kind of been doing their own thing, and that's obviously because some of them have just had kind of the technique down pat of what they need to do in the morning. We didn't really want to get in their way. They're all lining up now, and we're just kind of going to go down and see if there's anything interesting we can glean, particularly from the Oregon team, which had a bit of an interesting day yesterday. They decided early in the day that they were going to focus on charging their batteries because they hadn't been charged fully before, and were just going to kind of try and get a full day today. Now, their batteries did charge enough later in the day to go out, and because they were only getting, half a day or less of running in, they were able to run that car really fast, and faster even, than Raceback, which is the current team in first place. I'd be curious in hearing from them what their goal is for today. Do you mind if I ask you how you think today's going to go?
I think it's going to go awesome.
I think so too.
Yeah.
What's your guys' strategy looking like for today? Because yesterday you focused on charging the battery, right?
Today we're going to go kind of slow at first, and then once the sun comes out, we'll probably go a little faster. So
Battery's still not at full?
It is.
It is. Okay, and you're counting on having that extra boost from the sun being high. Okay. Any words of encouragement for the people at home?
I don't know. It's going to be a great day, and excited. Okay. Yeah.
I think I am too. Good to hear from them. Looks like the Flying Fortress team has put that car down and got it ready. Really, really impressive. Again, as I've probably said before, this is a team that has been through a lot of struggles throughout the past 2 days. They're on their third motor now, and if you take a look there, that's a brand new chain and a brand new sprocket that's on there. They actually had to buy a motor here in Dallas from an electronics store. Between days 1 and 2, and they spent most of yesterday trying to kind of get that mounted and efficient. Let's see if we can talk to the driver for a second. How are you feeling for today?
I'm doing all right.
You gonna stay cool and hydrated in here?
Yep. I have my water. I have my fan. I'm good.
All good. You think the car's going to be good? I know you guys have had some struggles, but it looks to be put together back in one piece.
I think that we're going to be doing pretty good today, and I'm just hoping that we get some laps, like we catch up on laps.
Okay. Looks like speed's going to be good. Appreciate it. Presidio here has also seemingly got their stuff together. We'll talk to them quickly, and then we will go back to the studio. Can I borrow you for 2 seconds?
Yes, sir.
How's today look?
Today's looking like a sunny day, and we have full charge, so I think it'll be a great day.
Good. Yeah, you guys had some mechanical troubles yesterday, right? All sorted?
Did we solve it? Mm-hmm. Yeah, it was with the tires and everything.
What exactly went wrong?
Basically, there's like a screw on the thing that goes on the motor that turns around. Those things went off. Okay. It was right here, spinning it, so it didn't.
Okay, race is starting, so I'll cut back. Appreciate it. Good luck today.
All right, thank you, Tomek. Thank you. All right, the race start is happening. So let's cut there. And there we go. The very first car is cutting out of the, oh, there she goes. All right, beautiful.
one more minute. Our next team up is from Covenant Christian Academy, Covenant Cougars. They'll be starting at 8:02. All right, Covenant. It is 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Good luck, Covenant Cougars. Have a great morning. Our next team from Palmdale is the Solar Falcon race team. That's 20 seconds. Seconds. Palmdale, it is 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Good luck and have a good morning. Five, 4, 3, 2, 1. Good luck, Holy Solar. Next up is another racing car from Palmdale, the Solar Falcon Solar Electric team. How are y'all doing this morning? Ready to race, okay. About 30 seconds. Seconds. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Good luck, Solar Falcons. Next team up is Heroes Alliance. Heroes, how are you doing this morning? You ready to have a great race day?
Yes, sir.
Oh yeah, I like that. You have about 20 seconds. Ten seconds. Heroes Alliance from Detroit, Michigan. 4, 3, 2, 1. Good luck. Next up are our solar jumpers. Good morning, jumpers. How are y'all doing? Doing fine. You always check the temperature back home before you get here? Wonderful fun in the sun, right?
Yes, so I'll turn on your driver's car.
10 seconds. Our team from Somerset, Kentucky, the Solar Jumpers. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Good luck, Somerset. From Brazosport, we have the Pirate Ingenuity team. Pirate Ingenuity, how are you doing this morning? You ever think maybe you wanted to get a bigger fan these days? Well, I'm a fan of yours, so that helps a little bit. Okay. You've got 15 seconds. 10 seconds. All right, it's 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Have a great day, Pirate Ingenuity. Plano. Good morning, Plano. How are y'all doing? Fine, fine. I see all the rays are back.
You have one that doesn't?
It died, but it wasn't the one that followed the path.
20 seconds. Team Plano, you're going to have 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Good luck, Plano. Have a great day. We need some applause back here. Come on, guys. KCAL. Oh. Stony Point. 15 seconds. Our team from Round Rock, Texas, Stony Point Racing Team. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Good luck, Stony Point. Next up, Presidio. Los Diabloneros. How are you doing this morning? Fine. You raced yesterday? I mean, did you drive yesterday? Feeling okay? Okay. You've got about 20 seconds. Presidio, you have 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Good luck, Presidio. Have a great day. Our next team up is Ballard High School, the Flying Fortress. Ballard, you have 15 seconds. Ballard, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Good luck, Ballard Memorial. Up next from Oregon, Bend, Oregon. The Oregon Solar Car Team.
That's how they hooked me on this. I made a donation to the group. It really honestly, here's a t-shirt, one with green flag.
And now it's 2022.
Oregon, you've got 20 seconds.
Doc's got good hooks, huh? Don't let go.
Flagger, you need to get back. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Good luck, Oregon. Next up is a Winston school from Dallas.
They're on turn 3.
Eleven's on.
You've got 20 seconds. Our last team is from Dallas, the Winston Solar Car Team. William, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Good luck, Winston. Have a good morning. You've already fought. We have an issue here. Team KCAL need to come.
Sorry.
going backwards to take your angle, that's fine too.
All right. Well, Mackenzie, that's an exciting morning.
And we're off.
And we're off. Lots of cars getting on the track. I saw a couple of them come back in almost immediately. What do you think was going on there?
Well, sometimes you see cars make fixes from the previous day. They get out on there and they realize the car is not giving them what they're expecting. So sometimes they're reading weird things. Sometimes you see wheels having issues. Anything that they may have tweaked or removed or changed from last night or yesterday sometimes can see a little difference. So it'll be interesting to see.
Right. All right. Well, while they're fixing that, we are going to switch over to our track cam now and see some of these teams. A lot of them should be going at a fairly quick pace with a nice charge starting off the day.
Yep.
Nice.
Waiting for the sun to come up nice and high later in the day to keep that up. And we'll be back with interviews again today. So we'll see you starting at 9 again, back on that 30-minute time schedule. We got a few more breaks in this morning because it's going to be a hot day. So we look forward to seeing you guys and seeing the teams.
All right. Again, interviews on the half hour starting at 9. So we'll see you there.
It's not a game, it's a rich thing.
All right, welcome back, welcome back. Now we have an interview that Mackenzie is conducting over with the Presidio team from Presidio, Texas. Let's see here. All right, take it over, Mackenzie. It's all you.
Hey guys, good morning to everybody. So far it seems like it's been a good morning also for Presidio High School, which is always good. It's still cool out. Obviously I have my hair down. That's how you know we're doing all right, and there's a little bit of a breeze going. So go ahead and introduce yourself for me again, and introduce your school for me.
Okay, so my name is Gael Nogal, and we're representing Presidio High School. Our team is named Los Diableros, and yeah, it's been a great day.
Awesome. Okay, so y'all are a new team, correct? Tell me a little bit about what it's like to be a new team. What inspired you guys to come out and be a part of this challenge?
Okay, so definitely it's been a whole experience. I didn't expect it to be this fun. We're having a bunch of fun. You know, there's been mistakes, nothing we can't fix. Learning from our mistakes, that's the best part, I think. And it's been great.
Awesome. Glad you're having a good time. And speaking of good time, we were just talking, you and me, about your car and how it's performing today. So we're on day 3 of the race. Will you go ahead and give us a recap for anybody watching how your car has done so far up to this point?
Okay, so the first couple of days, I think we've been struggling. We were struggling, but we learned our mistakes. Today we lowered our amps on our MPPT. We were at 144. We were at 180 yesterday. And it's been doing great today. We've been watching it, actually been doing great. And I think that was our main problem, and we fixed it. And yeah, I think that's pretty good.
For sure. Would you say that learning how to drive a solar car on the track is a bit of a learning curve? What areas do you feel like have been the biggest places of improvement for your team overall?
Okay, so our biggest improvement was maybe their suspension. At first, of course, our judges helped us a bunch. And we're thankful for that. They told us what to do and everything. We actually improved our suspension. It was great. Our problem is just our weight. Next year it's something we gotta improve. And our brakes too. We put a bunch of grease on them, and they kind of didn't. They were preventing our wheel from rotating as it should. We put some grease on it, and it's doing great now.
Okay, so good to hear. So you mentioned some goals for next year with lowering the weight. So tell me, are you going to be around next year for the team? And what are you kind of excited to see now that you've been at a race for the first time?
Oh, for sure, I'm going to be here next year. And next year, we're hoping to improve our car a bunch. First of all, our weight, and what else could it be? Well, definitely, there's going to be a bunch of improvements. We're going to come back better, newer, and fresher.
Awesome. I like fresher. Sounds like a good thing, because I think after a couple days out here, we all start to get a little tired, a little smelly, a little exhausted from this heat. So tell me, how is your team doing? Are you guys holding well? What's the attitude like on the team? Have you guys been having fun out here?
Well, we've been trying to stay hydrated, of course, because this heat is just intense. Our team's been holding up real good. It's just been the sun is the only thing that's the problem, I think, but nothing. We're just staying hydrated on the shade too, and it's been helping. The shade's been helping, and yeah.
That's awesome. So keeping strong, doing well back out there on the track. I've talked with kind of different teams about kind of this challenge in general, because I think it's a bit of a unique experience. Would you tell me kind of what does it feel like as a student in high school to be out here on the track, and is this experience something that you feel like has been worthwhile for you as a person?
You know, I think it's been worth it, definitely. It's like I tell you, it's been a whole experience watching my team learn together, have fun, and it's the best part, actually. Watching my team work, watch the car go around, it's definitely so satisfying. All this work paid off, and I'm grateful for it.
I've talked with a couple different members of a couple different teams about personal skills that they've been able to develop through this challenge, and things that they felt like they may take with them into college and now as they grow up into the real world. Is there any things you feel like this has impacted you as you look at your future?
Of course, getting into the solar car, I didn't know that many things. Now, I mean, I could probably even get a job, you know. Maybe some of our crewmates also, like our senior this year, he's going into college next year. He's learned a bunch of things. I think that's going to help him a lot, and hopefully he goes good into college. I'm cheering for him, you know. And all of my crewmates have been learning a bunch of stuff, and it's helpful, you know.
Sure, awesome. And as a New Year team, I've been asking a couple of our first-year teams if they had any advice for other first-year teams. Now that you've been here, you've been doing it for a few days, what would be something you wish you would have known when you had first come to the Solar Car Challenge?
Well, of course, be prepared for the sun. That's the main part. Don't stress. It's, you know, time's going to help you. Don't stress about it. Keep calm and just push through it. There's nothing else.
Awesome, pushing through, great stuff. So now that we're out here on day 3, it's the last day I'm going to get to check in with you before tomorrow. So I'd love to hear where you guys are thinking your goal is for tomorrow now that we're halfway through. What are you looking forward to, and are you excited about seeing that finish line coming up soon?
Of course, our everyday goal is just making more laps than yesterday, you know, improving our car and watching it go, you know.
Yeah. Is the finish line in sight for you? Do you taste victory soon?
Well, it isn't harsh, but we gotta keep going, you know. We can't stop, and hopefully we get closer and closer. And yeah.
That's awesome. I really appreciate it, and thank you so much for coming out and representing Presidio High School. It's been awesome to welcome you guys out to the track for the first time. We really appreciate it. I want to open it up. Is there any other thank yous or hellos to people out on the live stream who might be watching? Anyone supporting you that you'd like to say hey to?
Of course, my mom's watching right now, so love you, Mom. And our other family members from around the team, they're watching us. Our principal actually is here right now. She came in last night. She's very supportive to our team, and we're thankful for that. Everyone watching from Presidio, just hi and thank you for supporting us.
Awesome. Thank you guys so much for supporting Presidio. Join me in wishing them luck as they round out towards the end of the race. Thank you guys so much, and I'll send it back to you for later. Bye-bye.
All right, and we have a little bit of drama unfolding. We do have high winds. We do have high winds out here, and I just got word that one of the teams that was charging out here in the sun, their solar array got flipped over by the wind. Tomek is on the spot and switching to Tomek Live now.
Yeah, so we're here at the South Garage, and we're getting fairly strong winds coming. You can see my clothes are flapping. They're actually bad enough that these solar cells here that were oriented to catch, the rising sun over there, just fell over. I believe this is the Solar Falcon race team. This is going to be a major setback for them, especially if these solar panels are broken. You can see they're inspecting the damage now. They're going to try and flip it over. And best case scenario, all of those solar panels are still in one piece. If they've broken a solar panel, this would seriously cut their recharging capabilities, and they'd have to adjust their strategy in kind. Doing shorter stints. And perhaps having even to wait as their batteries charge up. Hopefully they'd have enough to make it through the rest of the day without, completely depleting the batteries. But yeah, a major setback. And we will monitor the situation as it progresses. Everyone here is trying to, flip the panels back up. Thankfully, you can see that a lot of members of other teams have come over here to help them. That's just the kind of environment this is, and I think that's really positive to see. Because this is what you really, really, really don't want to happen. And winds are only forecast to get worse. So it remains to be seen what actions other teams take to make sure that it doesn't happen to them, because this is bad. As you can see, they unlocked the position of the solar panels and left them free to rotate so they could put them back. Looks as if they are all in one piece. Thank goodness. Thorough inspections now going to be conducted, and so right now they've got this up, they've counted their lucky stars, and they've thankfully been able to laugh this off as a minor setback. But they're making sure it doesn't happen again, so they are just securing these solar panels with ratchet straps down, and they're probably going to weight the feet down of the actual array to make sure that it doesn't fall over again. As I said, winds are getting worse, so this is probably the first of not the only wind damage that we're going to see. It remains to be seen how the cars themselves respond to it. If you can imagine, when you're up there on that banking halfway through a turn and you suddenly get hit by a 15-mile-an-hour gust of wind, that could really hurt. So yeah, we'll be monitoring the situation, and if anything happens, we'll keep you updated. Back to you, Stuart.
All right, that's definitely some drama, and it looks like they avoided a potential catastrophe. The entire solar array did fall over. It was blown in the wind, but fortunately it seems like it was not damaged, although I'm sure they have electrical testing to do. All right, now we have Mackenzie doing an interview with the Iron Lions team. That's right, we have Mackenzie with the Iron Lions team. So let's switch to Mackenzie. Mackenzie, you are live.
Iron Lions team with their fabulous car. We've seen them a lot on the track. We've loved wishing you guys well. Personally, one of my favorite well-designed cars out there. I just think the car you guys have is stunning, and the Lion strikes fear in all of its enemies. So it's great to see you guys again. Go ahead and introduce yourself for us and tell us how many years you've been on the team and kind of what role you tend to play.
My name's Natalie. I've been on the team for 4 years. I just graduated, so this is my last race. And when we were building the car, my main role was just building the solar panels and just soldering them, getting them ready, on the car. And then now since, we've had our solar panels on for the car for 2 years now, so now I just help out where I'm needed and just fill in.
All hands on deck,
yeah.
Right? Awesome. What about you?
I'm Grace, and while we're here at the track, I've been safety officer. It's my 3rd year on the team, so including that COVID year where we got shut down and didn't have the race. But yeah, I've just been mainly safety, making sure people drink their water, are eating, and keeping the team and the car safe. So that's pretty much my role at the school. I just didn't have a specific role, but I just filled in where I could if they need stuff done, even to as small as cleaning out the shop. And that's extremely important, especially for our team. We have to have a clean work area to be able to be productive. So.
And speaking of clean, right, you want to have a nice clean car, you want to run nice and smooth. Would you guys be willing to walk us through a little bit how your car has been doing so far? I know yesterday was a little on and off for a few moments. Would you be willing to walk us through kind of what your team went through and what your car has been going through so far?
So yesterday, basically what happened is we had a few issues and we had to take it off the track to come and fix it. And it was with our front end, and we had to adjust our alignment and all that kind of stuff. But after that, we've been doing pretty good for our team. So,
is there anything you want to add on how the race has been so far?
I think we've been doing the best we can, racing our race and just doing what we can push.
And I think for a lot of people who may not be as familiar with solar car racing, it can be touch and go sometimes, right? Like you can be doing really well 1 second, and then the next second you have no idea what's going on. So would you be willing to tell us a little bit about like what that energy is like whenever you hit a snag, and how it feels to have to kind of recover as quickly as possible?
Okay, so it's kind of confusing, but not really. Yesterday, me and her were up in the tower. And so we were spotting and watching, and so honestly up there it kind of felt a little bit helpless, but we could get to see the dynamic of the team and how they snapped onto things. It's very, adrenaline is high. When something happens, you want to get out there as fast as you can with those no penalties, and yeah. So
that's awesome. A well-oiled machine is always the right thing, right? So we saw you guys, I believe you were taking your 30-minute break this morning. So first off, would you describe what the 30-minute break is for people who aren't familiar with some of the rules with advanced division cars?
The advanced division cars, they have to have a 30-minute break, just a rest. And you can take it anytime as long as you have taken it by the end of the race day. And this year is kind of difficult for some teams because if we have to get off the track, we don't know if they've given us enough time so we can take ours. So we're just taking ours in the beginning so we can get the rest of the charge that we need and can get, and just so we don't have a struggle trying to get off the track in time.
Yeah, and to follow up with that, so you have to have that 30-minute break consecutively, right? It has to be all together. And this year, particularly with the race potentially getting canceled with heat, you could risk having a penalty if you don't take your 30-minute break. So strategic moves that the Iron Lions are making to make sure that they don't have any penalties like they mentioned. So some pretty interesting stuff. So speaking of strategy then, what is the goal for today, and how do you guys plan on running the race today?
I think that our goal for today is just run our race, see how many laps we can get in as a team, and go from there for tomorrow.
So nice, consistent racing, doing the whole thing. Awesome. We've talked a lot with a couple different teams, particularly in the advanced division. We know that you guys are a really strong advanced car, and there's a lot of other really strong advanced division cars out there. And it's been really fun, like watching you guys get back out on the track and watching Roz cheering from the sidelines and that kind of thing. So would you be willing to touch on kind of what the relationship is like within the garages, what it is like to interact with different teams, and kind of what that feels like in this type of competition?
Honestly, it's kind of fun. You get to learn from other teams, and especially at the end of the day where we're set up our charging so we can charge. We just chatted up with Roz, see how they did. We chatted up. They hit a cone yesterday. We're like, we did that too. We're like, haha. It's just like a back and forth. We're not really it's not like a butt head kind of thing. It's more of like we're in this together type of thing.
Anything you want to add?
Not really, besides the fact that it's really encouraging to see no matter who's doing better, we're all there and all come together as a part of this competition and cheer each other on. Whether something goes wrong, we're always there. Hey, do you need any help? Or if we're not busy, or if we might have a part that they need, hey, we had this, would this be helpful? And same for them, so...
Awesome. So we've talked a lot about the race. We've talked about your car, how you guys are doing. I'd love to talk about you two and your team as a whole. So tell me a little bit. You said, you're 4 years, you're just graduating, and for you 3 years. So you're not exactly fresh to the challenge. You're seasoned. You've seen it before. Why do you keep coming back? What is the motivating factor to spend so many long hours out in the sun?
So for me, I know there's a bunch of snags and stuff. But the team that we build all year and all these 4 years through high school, it becomes like a family. And no matter how many differences you have, it's great to get to come together and see all these different people being able to do all these amazing things. And like I said earlier, a family. It's like a second family.
Awesome. What about you? Why are you still here, huh?
Honestly, just kidding. You build relationships, and it's also so cool to see something that you built do something, and I'm like, oh, I contributed to that. That's so cool. And then I've just learned so much, and it's a great learning experience from this.
Do you feel like being a part of the challenge has impacted you as a person and what you've developed in high school, or what you might be interested in doing post high school, and some of the skills you may have picked up on?
It's definitely changed my mindset a lot on different aspects of looking at things. Like, no matter who you are or what you think you're capable of, you can always get on. There's always a job for you. So,
what about you?
Pretty much the same. You learn how to work. You learn how to put in the hours. You learn how to. So anywhere I go, I'll have this experience, and I'll know how to be a part of a work team.
Hey, you can do anything, right? You've helped build a solar car. Thank you guys so much. I will be letting you get back to your team shortly. Just one last thing before we say goodbye and good luck to the Iron Lions. Is there any last thank yous, hellos, or any shout outs for our live stream participants today that you'd like to say?
Well, I definitely want to say a big thanks to our sponsors. They do a ton for our team, and they always show up, and they tell us not what to do, but they're there as a team, and they want the students to be able to do the work. But they're there to make corrections and double check everything and make sure it's safe for us. We also have somebody with us this year, Ivy Pitts. She is our booster club, and she has done amazing this past year. And it has benefited our team and been extremely helpful. I don't think we wouldn't be where we're at this year without her. So,
any last thank yous from you?
Yes, thank you, like Grace said, to our sponsors. It's such a help having the guidance from them, and Miss Ivy Pitts, and anybody on the Booster Club that helped contribute to us being here.
Awesome. Thank you guys so much. Thank you, Iron Lions, for your time. Thank you, everyone watching, as we wish them good luck and happy racing, safe racing out on the track today. Thanks, Stuart. Back to you.
All right, thank you, Mackenzie, and the Iron Lions. Thank you. And standing by, we have Tomek and Jacob here, who are going to talk about some issues that the Oregon team is experiencing. So, on to you, Tomek.
Yeah, so actually better news than we originally thought. The Oregon team here came in a little while ago. They had spent most of yesterday also here in the garage charging their batteries, and they went out today with the hope of getting some good running in, but had to bring the car back in. The solar array wasn't working. It was out there, but the solar panels were failing to translate any of the sunlight into battery energy. And the theory for that was that the disconnect switch, which every one of these cars is required to have, it just was disconnecting even when it wasn't engaged. Now, these advanced division cars here are obviously designed to run starting with full batteries, but supplement those batteries with live solar charging as they're running around the track. And in fact, to run primarily off of that, which is why they can get away with no lunch break apart from a 30-minute required break that they're meant to take, and not the 2 hours that all the other divisions are meant to do. So it was obviously a big problem. Even though they were able to continue running because their batteries were fully charged, they weren't able to extend that running for very long because they realized they would run out of battery very soon. So they brought the car in, they took a look at the issue, they had to take this whole solar array off and get into the interior of their lovely carbon fiber chassis here. And they identified the issue, and it was in fact that the disconnect had been disconnecting the solar array and turning it off when they thought it was on. So they replaced that switch, replaced the wiring there, and theoretically now everything is working and the battery will be charging as the car's driving around. This is a team that is actually fairly new. In this iteration, they've only been around for 2 years. They came last year and actually failed to make scrutineering. So they were really, really hoping for this to be their year, getting out on track and running. And in their defense, they've done a fair bit of that. Especially for a new team in this division, getting a lot of running in is a huge challenge. And it's to their credit that they've been able to run at least a little bit every day. However, they have just been struck by issue upon issue, and especially yesterday, that battery issue, really took them out of contention in terms of actual victory. But this team, as I said, fairly new. All of the members have only been around for 2 years, and so they're going to be able to expand upon that as in future years as the team grows. So this is, I suppose, something of a building block year. They're learning lessons, they're fixing cars, and they will be driving it for the rest of today. We look forward to see how well they do. Back to you in the studio.
Thank you, Tomek. Thank you. That was really neat to see them trying to figure out and hopefully conquer those problems. So now we're going to just go back to trackside, and as events occur, we will continue to follow them. So, Tomek has found a car with yet more issues. I believe he said it was the Ballard bombers. So, Tomek is live in the garage, ready to bring us that action. So, go ahead and take it away.
Okay, so we're here with the Ballard Bombers and their Flying Fortress, a car that never seems to really leave the garage, unfortunately. Every time they go out, and I hope that they do great, and every time it comes back in with some other new issue. But it's, again, a real testament to the skill of the mechanical skill of this team and the camaraderie in the pits, in the garage, rather, because, as you can see, there's a whole host of members from other teams here to try and help them out. Now, what the issue is they realized as they were going out there that the car wasn't going as fast as it should be, even though the output of the motor was fine. The front brakes were actually engaging even when the piston was clamping down on that brake rotor, even as the brakes weren't being engaged by the driver. And obviously that causes a lot of friction and slows the car down at a time when they're really looking for efficiency and a smooth rolling of the car as possible. So they've been in here trying to adjust this rotor. They're looking at the wiring and the hydraulics to see if perhaps it isn't active, that they haven't misadjusted something. But yeah, no updates as of yet. It looks as if they're replacing the brake fluid right there with that blue bottle, and perhaps bleeding the brake lines. The car is up on the jack. The wheels are up, and I have no current updates on the progress of it. But when the car, and I have faith that it will go out again today. When the car goes out again today, we'll interview some of these mechanics on how difficult the fixing process was and how exactly they get it sorted. Back to you.
Great. Thank you so much, Tomek. Thank you. And now we're going to be back to some track cam.
Sure. Hi, everybody. So we're back in the studio today talking with some representatives from UTA, which is one of the incredible sponsors for the Solar Car Challenge, and we really appreciate their support. So go ahead and first off, introduce yourself for everyone so we can all get to know you.
All right. Okay, so hi, I'm Swarda Kulkarni. I am a PhD student, first year, and I'm into electrical engineering, and I'm just getting to know what PhD is. She's a senior here, so she can talk more about it. All right, perfect. So I'm a senior PhD student. I will be reaching my final year the next year. So that next year is like a backup for me. I'm also the lead GTA. She's a GTA. I'm the lead GTA of the department. So I not only tutor and do my responsibilities towards the students, I also train GTAs on how they should be doing their duties and stuff like that. And I'm also the president for IEEE HKN. That's actually the honor society of IEEE organization. And yeah, I'm excited to be here.
Awesome,
Perfect.
awesome. So UTA has been really incredible, especially pushing a lot of the electrical engineering initiatives that we see here at the Solar Car Challenge. So first things first, tell us what it's like to be out here and see the Solar Car Challenge. I think it's your first time seeing it. What are your thoughts?
It's amazing. It's amazing. And motivating. I had no idea that there are so many people awake at 7 a.m. in the morning and they are doing things. I usually go for a run and I'm like, okay, I'm the first person in the lab. But now I see other students who are working towards a mission that they have. So this kind of motivates my PhD program as well. So good takeaway.
Awesome, awesome. I feel like, you know, we see a lot of STEM initiatives and programs and things, and UTA has been gracious enough to support this program in particular. And what ways do you think it's important for organizations to push these types of STEM initiatives and programs where we can see students get hands-on activity?
Oh yeah, it's very important. Engineering in general is all about hands-on experience, and I am very for, you know, lab works. I used to be addicted. Like when I was in my undergrad, I was addicted with labs. Addicted with building things, and it doesn't matter which department you belong to, you know. I'm from electrical engineering, so I'm going to hoot for electrical engineering. But whichever department you belong to, it's very important for you to engage early. And as early as high school or maybe a little bit before that, it goes a long way. So I would say that yes, UTA is doing a great job in actually pushing and sponsoring or pushing the students itself, motivating the students in whichever way possible.
Awesome.
And I think the undergraduate students are like the high school students are fortunate enough to get involved into this, and Sure. I am working with the undergraduate students who are working hands-on on the software as well as the hardware part. We are not building this much, like this big of project, but it's fun to work with them, and definitely this is going to be one of the messages that I can give to them, that yeah, you can build big things.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter how big you are, how old you are, or how young you are. If you desire to do it, you can definitely do it.
That's awesome. Yeah, I completely agree. And you guys got to see a couple of solar cars this morning.
Yes.
We talked, obviously there's a lot of electrical engineering elements of these cars. There's mechanical engineering elements. There's a lot going on. There's also a lot of soft skills besides just engineering.
Yes.
Could you talk on, as obviously being within your graduate degrees and have gone through college and things, are those important skills for high school students?
Yes,
What have you seen so far?
Definitely. Like socializing is one of the biggest part. Marketing of what you want to do and what you are doing is really important, and it is a crucial part, because if you don't sell what you're doing, you will never know what the others won't know what you're doing as well. So it's a very crucial part, and administering your being a part of team helps a lot in other ways as well. That's what I feel. Yeah, I mean, I'll pick up from where she has, what she's trying to say, because like I say to the students, knowing something and getting to do it, transforming your knowledge into your hands-on experience, and the hands-on experience when it goes to testing, it's very different. So when it goes live, when it goes into production, things come up. We all know that.
We've all seen that.
We have all seen that. So there are various experiences that you would have, and here is what I believe. I don't believe in failures. It's for me, it's since I'm a senior PhD, I would believe in success and trials. So don't take any, usually when we are here like live, when things go live, things happen.
So the major thing that I have taken from this wonderful event that y'all are having is don't get too much bogged down with your failures. Take them as trials and you'll get it.
Yeah.
Yep.
Awesome. Okay. I have one last question for y'all before I let you guys get back to being able to see this awesome event. So now that you've seen it and you've seen what these high schools are capable of, if you had been back in high school and had this kind of opportunity to be on a team, do you think you would have enjoyed being a part of something like this?
Yes, definitely.
Oh yeah. I had a couple of experiences of building stuff. So yes, I would encourage. If you're listening, join in. Like, that's all.
That's it. You heard it here first, guys. You should be a part of this.
Definitely be a part
Thank you guys so much. Again, we really appreciate all that you guys do for our organization and for your support to be here, especially for these students to kind of see where they can go with some of the things they're learning here. So I really appreciate it, and I hope you guys continue to enjoy this incredible race. And taking some
Perfect.
time. Yeah, thank you guys so
I'm
much.
hoping to be here next year as well.
Perfect.
Hello, I'm Isaac, and this is Ben from KCAL from Keller, Texas. Can you just tell me roughly what's going on in your car? What are they doing right now? What are they fixing?
Right, so we had an issue with our car with the brake light switch. As we were going to go take off today, our driver hit the brakes, and in the process of doing so, some smoke started coming up, and that's never a good sign with electrical things. So we're trying to figure out what the problem was, and most importantly, get it wired back up so we can get back out there.
I see. So I'm saying that over there you're probably messing around with the wires. Do you think it's probably like a loose wire, or do you think it's something else?
So I'm thinking it was something that shorted out that with the pedal switch, and it sounds like that we just got our brake lights working again, which is fantastic. We've also had some other issues. We had issues yesterday with our MPPT. It was saying the batteries were higher voltage than they were, so it was staying in float, basically slow charging them, kind of keeping them topped off, when in reality our batteries were almost dead. So we were running on very little solar power, and that was the only power we had. We got that fixed too.
Excuse me for a minute. We have to cover. There's a battery change that we have to cover. I'll get back to you.
All right.
Probably come back. Yeah. It's over there. Over there. Jacob. 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 The car's rolling in. They're going to go for a battery swap. You can see the flags from front and back, making sure everything is safe. Trying to catch up. How are you guys?
Doing good.
Yeah. Ready for the battery swap?
We are.
And pull in. Give me a second. It's like a pit stop. They're all ready for it. You can see them take out the existing battery and pop the case. Step out of the way. Look at them inserting a new battery, sliding it in, locking it in place. Making sure. And the car is more than the battery swap. There was also water swap too. And they're out. Look at that time. That was a fast battery swap, also water swap, and that's probably it. Do you want to introduce them?
All right, thank you, Isaac. Thank you. That was quite an impressively fast battery swap there. And now we are going to Mackenzie, who has the Ballard Bombers queued up for an interview. So let's take it live.
Ready? Hey everybody, we're back in the garage bays meeting with Ballard Bombers. We have two lovely young women willing to talk with us today. Will you guys go ahead and first start off by introducing yourselves to everybody watching, say how long you've been on your team for, and what you tend to do to contribute to your team.
I'm Caitlin Duncan, and I'm one of the main welders on the team. And yeah.
How many years have you been on the team?
2.
2.
I'm Reagan Hawkins. I've been on the team for 2 years, and I tend to do the outside paint of the car, and I also do the technological part of it.
Thanks, you guys. Okay, so we're here. We have your car behind us. But before we get to your car right now, I'd love to talk a little bit about the journey you guys had getting here to the race over the past year. So would you be willing to check in on, did you have any challenges getting here? What was the hardest thing to get up to the race? A lot of teams struggle a lot getting here, and it's a huge accomplishment to be able to race. So walk us through what this past year has looked like for y'all.
Well, we really just we've decided to do fundraisers and stuff. We were gonna do the Solar Showdown, which that didn't happen because the car wasn't finished and Fifanella was just sitting there. So while we were building the car, we would look back on her and use some of the parts for her, for the new one.
What about you? Any challenges from this past year you guys have faced?
It was a lot on trying to figure out where we're going to get our funds from. So we did donation letters, and we tried to do a couple of fundraisers here and there. It was also, there was some mix between our communications a lot of the times, but we managed to fix that. But pretty much, we're...
Yeah. No, and you guys are totally right. Solar car is expensive. It takes a lot of money to build a car, and it can be hard for students because most of these schools operate off of sponsors and fundraising and things, so that could definitely be a challenge and something I'm glad to see you guys here together at this point now. Nice blowing in the wind, right? On this nice sunny day. So you've made it to the race. Walk me through some of scrutineering. I know it's your second year, so what's scrutineering like for you? Is it intimidating? Is it hard? What does it feel like to go through our safety check procedure?
I feel like this year was a lot easier since we're a second-year team and we knew what to expect. So, we had everything planned out and we had everything, ready to go for each and every station we went to.
Yeah, we were a whole lot more organized this year with it. We had Maddie, she does the rule stuff. She keeps all that stuff together for us. But it was a little bit harder this year, especially with the electrical station, because it was strict this year, which is a good thing. We don't want any of the cars to blow up. Right, good. So it was fine.
No, that's good. And you mentioned how it's a second-year team, so you felt like it was easier this year. Could you tell me what is one thing you knew this year that you wish you had known last year? Something that you maybe picked up on after going through it now twice?
Well, when you go through it, it's really difficult because you have to have everything planned. Last year, we didn't have nothing ready to go. We were still scrolling through pages trying to find all the pages to get and hand to the judges. But this year, we were so much organized that we got through it in a day and a half, just like last year.
Awesome. What about you? Anything you learned from last year?
Whenever going through the slums, don't go too hard, too fast. Your wheel pops up.
Yeah. Okay, obviously, pro tip over here from the pros now that we're on year 2. Good stuff there. Okay, so we went through scrutineering. We're obviously here now. We're on day 3 of the race. So go ahead. We talked to y'all on day 1 and checked in about some of the things you're excited about for the race. Tell me how the race has been now so far. On day 3, what have you guys seen? We've seen your car go through a lot of challenges so far. So walk me through some of that.
Well, as right now, our brakes kind of have air in it, so we have to get those fixed. That's why she was stopped in the middle of the road, and I was not there to help her because I was driving for another team, and every time I get into a team, our car has some type of issue. It was first the motor, then the brakes, and then what was that one thing that he fixed yesterday?
I can't remember what it's called.
The little thingy that makes the energy from the solar panels go to the motor.
I can't remember what it's called.
Power trackers? No. It started with an S.
I don't remember.
So electrical problems, right? Yeah. So you guys have been going through a lot of fixes. We've seen multiple motors on your car. We've seen things go in and out, up and down, all around. Lots of changes, right? So tell me, what is it like to have challenges here at the Solar Car Challenge, and what does your team do to try and overcome those things?
Well, with us that we look at it, it's it's supposed to be a challenge. We're here to learn and have an experience, and what we do when we find a problem with it, we come back here and we fix it, and then we put it back on the track, and if something else happens, we do it over and over again until it's better.
Anything you want to add?
It's whenever you're on the track and you're going good and you think you're doing fine and that all the problems been fixed, and then something happens again, it's just a little bit on that, sad side, and then you're just like, okay, you know what, just pick it back up, we can come back, it'll be fine. We got it.
I love the attitude and the mindset, guys. And I want to let you get back to your team so you can help out, because I know it's been a busy day 3 for y'all. But one last thing before I let you go. Do you feel like, now that's your second year, you would recommend to other students out there who may be thinking about being a part of a solar car team, would you recommend it? Have you enjoyed your experience? What do you feel like? Is it worth it?
Yes, it's definitely worth it, but it's really time consuming. So if someone wants to do it, I really suggest that you do, because it's really fun, and you get surrounded by great people when you're down here, and you get a team that's worth actually working for, and it's not a team that wants to just quit all the time.
I love that, a team worth working for. That's great. What about you?
Yes, I do actually recommend it. It may be a whole lot of work, it may take a lot of time and money and effort, but once you do it and once you go past all of it, it's really fun and you meet great people. It's amazing.
Awesome. Well, speaking of great people, I really appreciate the two of you taking some time to talk with me today. And thank you guys so much for the Ballard Bombers all the way from Kentucky. We wish you guys the best of luck getting your car back out there, and best of luck as you guys continue to finish the race, all right? We're going to say thank you to everyone watching and supporting you back at home, and we'll and send it on back to Stuart. Bye-bye, guys. Thank you.
Thank you, Mackenzie. Thank you. And now to Jacob and Isaac as they investigate a problem that the KCAL team has had. And off to you, Jacob.
Ben from the KCAL team. Although the car is gone, we have some interesting things left over, such as the battery here. What can you tell us about the battery, Ben?
Yeah, so we had a little bit of an event this morning. We finally got our MPPT working. We thought everything was working great. And then we started hearing a little sizzling sound, and we were like, that's probably not too good. So we hit our all stops real quick, made sure that everything was disconnected. We were able to get the judge there so we could open our battery box, and lo and behold, we had this battery. So this terminal right here is exactly how this side was, but no longer like that anymore. There's a giant hole there, if you'll notice. We're not exactly sure how the hole got there, where the hole came from, why he decided to show up, but he's here, and he's not a welcome guest. So we had to replace our battery, set us back about 17 laps, because the penalty for replacing a battery is, if you replace one and you have a 4-battery system, it's 25% of 100 miles. So 25 miles, about 17 laps, but it was worth it. We got our MPPT fixed, we got our battery system all put back together, and great. And then we got to figure out how to dispose of this later. But we are back on the track. We, like I said earlier, we had an issue with our brake light switch. It started also doing a little sizzling and smoking, which is a little bit of concern. But we got that fixed as well, and our car is fully back on the track right now, trying to get some mileage in. So,
just a really quick thing. I noticed that there's some kind of liquid down there. Do you know roughly what it is?
Yeah. So these are lead acid batteries, right? They're not gel lead acid. They're actual. It's not fully sealed, right? So it's actually water and battery acid. So it's very acidic, very toxic, and a big issue.
It'll be fun to dispose.
Oh yeah. Don't throw them in the ocean like some people do, but we'll take them to a proper battery disposal place and get them taken care of.
Thank you, and good luck on your car. I hope it does well. Hope there's no more electronic issues that occurs.
Yeah, and we've been through the ringer. We've been through the ringer with these issues, so we're hoping that everything stays in place this time and it just keeps running.
You got more than enough experience dealing with it.
Yeah.
Thank you, and back to you, Stuart.
All right, thank you, Isaac, and the KCAL team for explaining some of those crazy and potentially dangerous electrical issues that you've had. I'm glad they're all fixed, and the car is now back on the track. So let's go back to the track ourselves, and we can see some cars putting in some laps. All right, now we have Isaac Song back into the garages here with another team to discuss their progress today. So let's kick it over to Isaac.
Hi, I'm Isaac, and I'm here with Jesse from the Somerset Solar Jumper team, all the way from Kentucky. I see you're having your computer plugged in, testing something, trying to find out what's wrong. Can you just tell us what's going on here?
Sure. So what's going on? We had to switch our motor controller because we were having trouble with how much amps were getting sent to our motor here, which we actually had to replace yesterday. We had to get a stronger one because our motor was having trouble pulling enough amps in. Quite frankly, it wasn't powerful enough to pour a car. So right now we're trying to get the motor controller wired up so we can get back on the track.
I see you're connecting your computer inside and seeing something on there. Can you guys go over with us like what it's like on the computer, what you're looking for and such?
Right now he's looking at the wire diagram, trying to get the correct wires to get in there. Right now we're trying to connect the throttle so we can at least test it. As you can see here, he's trying to see where the wires go. Get the motor connected to the motor controller. So
you're just pretty much rewiring everything, hoping that it solves the issue.
Yes,
you're testing.
To get back on the track, maybe get some laps in today.
So you encountered this early in the morning, right?
Yes.
So what was it like for the driver? Just realizing something was wrong.
So I was actually the driver. So when we were going around, we were coming around the turns here, and as you go up the gradual hill of the track, what happened was as soon as we got about the 60 amp zone, it immediately dropped down because the motor controller was too weak. So as soon as we hit that 60 amp mark, it just dropped down because it thought we were pulling too much amps. So the motor controller didn't want to fry itself, I guess. Yeah.
At least that's much better than.
Yeah, exactly.
Apart from that, did you have any other issues with the car?
Our car's been performing pretty well. Through the course of the first day and the second day, we've had this issue, and we've done all we can to fix it. We've unlimited it, our motor controller to get it up to 80 volts, 80 amps, which worked a couple hours. But you can't hold that power with the amount of power pulling in from the sun. So yeah, we're performing pretty well other than this motor controller. Hopefully, we can get it fixed, get back on the track.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good luck on the motor controller. Hope you do well.
Yes.
And back to you.
All right, that was the solar jumpers there, And now we're going to go back trackside, and then also at 11 we are going to have an interview with Stony Point. So stay tuned. In about 15 minutes we're going to be talking to the Stony Point team. So now back on to trackside. right, and it is time for our 11 o'clock interview with Stony Point. So we have Mackenzie with the Stony Point team. Take it away, Mackenzie.
All right. Hey, everybody. So welcome back to another interview with another team. This is Stony Point out of Round Rock. We talked to them earlier this week, and if you remember, this is the really fun pink car that's been going around the track. And first off, go ahead and introduce yourself for us. So tell us your name, how long you've been on the team, and kind of what you tend to do as part of your team.
So, I'm Robert. I'm the club president and also mechanical lead. I dabble with well, being president, I dabble with everything, such as electrical and telemetry as of this year.
And years on the team?
So I've been with the team for 4 years. Granted, 2019, 2020, we had COVID. Or 2020, 2021, my bad. We had COVID, so I wasn't really doing anything then. But 4 years, essentially.
Awesome stuff. And what about you?
I'm Victor, and I'm kind of like the second hand for mechanical, and I've been with the team for 3 years.
Okay, so some seasoned solar car members at this point. We talked on day one and met with your team, talked a little bit about the race, a little bit about scrutineering, things like that. But now we're on day 3, right? So we've been out here for a little bit. Would you give me a summary of kind of how the race has gone so far? You guys have had a couple up and downs. So walk us through a few of those downs so we can focus on some of those ups.
So our biggest down, on the first day, probably within the first hour, we melted our battery. Like you can see the lead acid inside of it, which probably isn't the greatest thing ever.
Nope.
And the second day, we replaced the battery at this point, and we almost melted another battery. Like just the plastic on top was bad, though.
Any other challenges you want to focus on?
So we've been kind of confused with how our motor controller works. We're starting to figure it out, and we realize that we're only delivering a small amount of power that it can handle, so during the lunch break, we're going to mess with it, and potentially we could cut a minute off of our lap times if our calculations are correct.
Okay, so what I'm hearing is now we're making adjustments from those challenges, getting over it, getting the car back out on the track. So tell me how you guys are doing today. Is the car doing well? Have we been working out some of the kinks at this point?
So today has been very average, which is actually fantastic. Nothing bad has happened. Super consistent lap times, around 5 minutes 20 average. Yeah, no complaints.
Yeah. A slow day can sometimes be a good day in a solar car, so you're not running around after things. How do you feel like the day's been so far?
I mean, we've been struggling these past couple of days with just problems, and it finally seems like we found the problem that we needed to fix, which is, rewarding to finally see the car out there and, not finally get in the car and you're ready to drive, and 2 laps later you got to pull it in. So the fact that everybody's, getting experience to track, everybody's getting their lap times, everybody's getting driving time, it's a good day.
I've talked to a couple other teams so far today even just about challenges and things we face here at the Solar Car Challenge, because ultimately that's what it is, right, a challenge. So tell me, what is it like for your team when you hit a snag in the road, and how do you guys feel like you handle it as a team in order to ultimately, hopefully, get the car back out?
So as a team, depending on the section it's actually part of, I'll either delegate it or do it myself, because I can't do everything myself, so I have to delegate. Like Victor here, we've had a few problems with our brake lights, and he's been like chief of fixing that.
Yeah.
Like even though he may be mechanical, it's mostly, or brake lights are electrical, but he's been mostly doing that.
So everyone helps out where they can, right?
Yeah, I mean, even though we have specific jobs, in the end it's still a team, and if you got to pick up the slack one way or in a certain place, you got to do what's best for the team. So.
Awesome. So as almost experts at this point of getting yourselves back up and running again and again and never losing faith in getting the car back out there, for newer teams that may be struggling with things like this, whether they're here or maybe in the future, what would be a piece of advice you would give to them based on some of the things you've experienced in terms of overcoming challenges here at the race?
Double check, triple check, and quadruple check that everything's okay, because we were very sure that our batteries would be fine. However, here we are, day 2, and we had to replace our batteries, or 3, my bad.
Awesome. What about you? Any advice?
I mean, it's very cliche, but just don't give up. I mean, I think we pulled the car off the track 5 times on day 1, and we probably only made about 10 laps on the track that day, right?
No,
but
25, yes.
What? Oh, we had a penalty, so we got some taken away. Yeah. But we never really stopped. We all came together as a team, and here we are day 3, and we're making up for those laps that we lost, and we're starting to make good time. So even though it's tough, you just got to stick with it, because eventually you will find what's wrong. When you have so many like smart people working together, like, you will figure out what's wrong with the car.
Awesome. And you mentioned the penalty. We talked about this at the beginning of the live stream today about changing out your batteries and how that takes penalties. It's hard sometimes whenever you have to kind of, you win some, you lose some in order to get the car back out there on the track. So glad to see you guys overcoming those things and doing that. I feel like sometimes when we talk about all these things, you hear a lot of problems, you hear a lot of challenges, you hear a lot about the heat, you hear a lot about the long days, lots of tired stuff. Would you recommend this experience to students out there who might be watching and interested in this? Obviously, we're talking about all these horrible things that happen. So what would you say? Is it worth it? Is it fun? Are you enjoying it? Would you recommend it to someone?
So if you're from the north, be aware Texas is hot, especially during summer. But if you're from the south, it's pretty fun. Don't get me wrong, hot weather is not fun, but you get used to it pretty quickly.
There you go. Okay, so some hot weather tips.
And I highly recommend doing it. If you have any interest in STEM, do solar car, because it is, at the beginning of this trip, I did not understand electricity, but now here I am at nearly the end, granted, but I understand actually how batteries function, so it's very nice.
What about you? Would you recommend this experience?
I would, just whenever your mentors and stuff like that tell you to sleep, you should probably go to sleep, because it's a long day. So just as long as you sleep, it's a lot of fun.
All right. Okay. So the heat is a problem. You're aware of it, and you need some sleep. But otherwise, it sounds like a pretty good experience. Actually, speaking of experience, for both of you having been on the team a couple years, in what ways do you feel like you've grown as a person? You talked a little bit about understanding electricity better, but even just soft skills, knowledge that you've picked up. Do you feel like you have changed as being a part of the solar car team than before when you had joined it?
I've learned how to solve problems differently, because, so engineering is more about problem solving more than it is about putting pieces of metal together or wires together. Because if you can't identify and then solve the problem to get to that point, then you're basically just tossing metal at metal.
That's a great point. I really love that.
I mean, just teamwork skills, obviously. I mean, when everybody's stressed, some people want to quit, some people want to keep going, but just learning how to work as a team and motivate others who aren't in the same headspace as you is definitely skills that I've learned, and ultimately it helped get the car to where it is today. So
that's awesome. I think that kind of going off of that, this is a very unique experience for high school students. It's not in the classroom always, right? We're out here, we're in the heat, we're working hands-on. Do you feel like it's valuable to get hands-on experience in stuff like this compared to just textbooks in the classroom?
So, what I personally believe, and what is mostly proven, the best way to learn anything, any new skill, is immersion. So, this past few days, I haven't had a computer do anything on. We've had a solar car and, our team. So, I've really learned how to actually work in cars compared to just reading in a textbook or just looking up online.
Well, especially the solar cars, they can be very finicky. There's only so many things they can put in a textbook. We're out here and you would think solar panels aren't working, batteries aren't working, but here we are struggling to fix the brake lights. Sure, you might read a couple pages about that, but there's not a whole lot. So having that hands-on experience really will teach you more than anything how to fix stuff, because you're just going to be thrown a lot more situations than you would find in a textbook.
Awesome. So we're nearing the end of our interview slot, so I don't steal you away from a car that's up on the track so you guys can go back and cheer it on again. But one last thing I kind of wanted to talk about was just now that we're on day 3, day 4 is tomorrow, so the end of the race. Are you guys excited to see that finish line, and do you feel like you've really accomplished something coming out to the track at this point? So what are you looking forward to, I guess, with it being the last day?
I'm looking forward for, getting out of Fort Worth. But the actual reason, I'm looking forward to, bringing, home these experiences and, telling my family and my friends, because this has been a fantastic trip. I've learned so much stuff, met so many people. It's fantastic.
Awesome. Fantastic.
I just want to see how many laps we can rack up, because, again, we struggled so much in the first couple of days. Now that we got the car running, I really want to see, how many laps and, how many points we can score from, you know, starting with such a struggle and where we are now. So.
Well, it's been awesome watching you guys overcome things. I know I'm cheering you guys on, and I'm sure there's plenty of people watching the live stream rooting for you guys and your beautiful pink car. So thank you guys so much. We'll say bye-bye, and we'll root you guys on from the sidelines. Bye-bye, guys.
Bye.
All right, thank you so much, guys. Now we are switching over to a battery exchange being done on one of the electric team cars. All right, let's take it away, Isaac and Jacob.
Before they're doing the battery change, they would first be, I think they'll also be doing their tasks for today, which is to get a couple of waters and deliver it to the other side. So for this division, each day has a different task. I think yesterday was to carry the media team around, which is really cool. How was the drive, by the way, guys?
The drive was really good, really smooth.
Was there any issues so far?
Nope, no issues.
So right now, what are you doing right now?
Right now we're doing our daily task where we have to get water, basically, and we have to take it to the other garage and control center.
So what challenges does this daily task provide versus, let's say, riding around the track?
By doing this daily task, we can avoid getting a penalty.
Sorry, they have to do things right now. And you can see they're getting out as fast as possible, trying to get this task done. I think they're still in their time, and they want to get out as fast as possible.
95-degree precautions started at 11 o'clock today, and so drivers must switch out by 1 o'clock if they haven't already done so.
You can see the bag, I'm pretty sure that's where the water is. And they have to go as fast as possible to the other garage. And as you can see, one of the major points they were just talking about is that when you pick up and when you pick up water and when you drop off the water, the actual passenger has to get off. You cannot stay in the car. And being able to get off really quickly and being able to get back on the car really quickly saves a lot of time, and that's one of the major parts of the strategy. They just went from the north garage and they're going to the south garage right now. In addition to doing the daily task, one thing they'll be doing in this stop would also be doing their daily battery change. You can see right now, the passenger dropping off the water. Making sure all the seatbelts are buckled, all the security precautions are followed. And they're off. Just from the other side of the garage, now they're going for the battery change. I think we saw this team earlier changing batteries, but look here. You can see them put some blocks on the front and back of the wheel to make sure the car does not slide, replacing the battery. Sorry about that. In addition to a battery swap, they also are swapping drivers. Locking the batteries in.
Thank you, Najee.
Everything blocked. Making sure the seatbelts are tightened. Everything is tightened. And they are off.
No pushy.
Doing the daily task, and their battery swap took around 5 or 6 minutes. It's pretty fast. And back to you, Mr. Mayor.
All right, good job, Isaac. And that was very interesting to see that battery swap happen and the daily task. In the electric solar car division, again, those are the cars that are battery powered, and they are charging using solar power back here at their home base. Those cars are assigned a daily task, and today's daily task was to deliver water from one garage to the other. Yesterday, their task was to actually carry a member of our media team on a lap around the track. So now let's get back to the racing and see what's going on trackside. All right, we're back, and we're actually going to talk to Iron Lions again, but we're actually not going to be talking to the current team members. We have some of the previous team members visiting their team, and let's find out where they are now. Isaac, let's talk to some of the previous members of the Iron Lions, and you are live.
Hi, I'm Isaac, and I'm here with 3 former members of the Iron Lions, Landon, the previous captain Corbin, as well as Amir. Can you guys just tell us what it's like going back and supporting your old teammates?
It's pretty cool. It's fun to see how it's going along, coming back and see what's changed, it's the same, and see how everything's going.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, the car was built good last year, but they came back and added improvements, made it better, and the only way they can make it better is just making it better every year, so it's nothing but good from here.
I like the improvements they're doing on the car. I like how the kids are learning more new things that they should be doing and how they're improving their skills and improving the skills of the car. But, yeah, they're doing a great job.
And you all mentioned improvements to the car, changes. Can you just tell us what specific changes were made or what improvements that really shocked you or that you really liked about it?
It's just the change of the battery pack to make it better where they could fix it if something did go wrong, because last year we had a battery issue that put us out of the race, so now they have a way to fix it if something does go wrong. The new Sun controllers are a lot better, more efficient, a lot easier to work with than what we ran previously.
I like how they changed everything up, because I made the battery pack and everything in the BMS system last year, and I like how they changed everything. They made the battery more accessible and the BMS more accessible, and so they don't have wires intertwining against each other and all that. And actually, they've done a pretty good job with the car so far.
When you were members of the team, did you ever have former members go back, and how did you feel like? Did it really inspire you or something?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, we've had a couple of our previous captains come back and look at the car, come see our progress on it. It always just showed that we are a pretty close family away from our own families. So, I mean, there is definitely support in the community after we do leave the program.
Yeah, our our previous captains, yeah, they have come back and showed us a couple things on the car, and they showed us improvements to the car. They gave us some tips and tricks for the car. So, yeah.
Just passing on to the next generation. And, just a quick question, roughly where are you right now, and how did you think solar car racing has affected your life, has affected your career choices or whatnot?
For me personally, it definitely affected what I wanted to do. It made me realize that I didn't want to just sit in a office chair behind a wall for hours on a day. It definitely made me realize that I wanted to do something different. And so yeah, I'm going to community college right now for it.
I see. So what are you going there for?
Right now it's for business, but that's just in the meantime, and then I'll go somewhere.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, it's taught me a lot about teamwork, because when I first started at the program, I was world's worst at teamwork, to be honest with you. And after the 4 years in the program, it's taught me how to work with people, and you need other people to help you get through stuff, and that's really taught me a lot. I just finished PJC, which is junior college back in our hometown, and then I'm going to trade school in the fall. So,
I am the same as him, going to trade school. It taught me mechanical and electrical work, and I am also going to Texas State Technical College to become an airframe and power plant mechanic, because solar car has taught me a lot in the 4 years that I was doing it, and I've been pretty successful doing mechanical and engineering work. So yeah, that's what I'm going back to.
Thank you. It really means a lot, probably to them and to us, that we have people coming back to solar car racing, supporting them, helping the new generation forward. And good luck to good luck to the Iron Lions. And back to you, Stuart.
Great, thank you so much there, Isaac. And we're gonna look at some action here trackside as the cars continue to get more and more laps in this race. And then we will have at noon the majority of the cars coming off the track in order to take their mandatory 2-hour lunch break. We'll use that opportunity to catch up with those teams and see how they're doing. So starting noon, please tune in, and we'll randomly be having interviews and walkthroughs to see how these cars are doing. So back to trackside, and here we go.
It's not a game, it's a rich thing. It's not a game, it's a rich thing.
Hello, hello, and welcome back. At the Solar Car Challenge today, it is now lunchtime. There is a break between 12 and 2 o'clock where all of the classic teams must break for lunch. It is mandatory. However, the couple of advanced division teams that we have are still running on the track. But while most of the teams are at lunch and in the garages, we're going to wander through the garages with Austin, a seasoned member of Solar Car team from past and is currently a volunteer and intern in the Solar Car Challenge program. So we're going to switch over live over to Austin. And Austin, it's all you.
Hey guys, how's it going? This is Austin from the Solar Car Challenge. Today we're here looking at the Winston team. They're making some repairs after being on the track. Here we have, what's your name, sir?
My name is Justin.
This is Justin. And what are you working on right now?
Our batteries that we had before had been sitting in our garage for 2 years, and they weren't holding charge, so we decided to take them out and put in new ones to hopefully improve our performance.
Perfect. And what kind of voltage are y'all running?
We're running 48 volts for, yes.
Perfect. What part of the cars have you worked on?
Mostly electrical is what I work on, and kind of 12-volt system is what we redid this year mostly.
Awesome, awesome. So are those the only improvements you've made from last year? Looking at the car, it looks fairly different in some places. Would you like to explain kind of what you've done different this year?
A lot of wires changing, removing things for new rules. This is the bigger thing. And then a lot of this stuff we had along the sides, so we had to move all of it back because they changed the rule of no high voltage where our driver was.
Yes.
So all of our stuff.
For those of you watching, can you explain the rule change about the high power voltage in the driver compartment?
So before they allowed where you were able to have your propulsion system in the compartment with your driver, but I guess probably for safety reasons they've changed it to now where you're not allowed to have this with the driver, so it protects the driver and increases safety for the...
Yes, exactly. We don't want any high voltage to be in the driver's compartment in case a driver gets shocked. But yes. Do you have any other parts of the car that you've worked on?
Electrical, mostly not, no.
Perfect. Y'all are doing pretty good. Yesterday you seemed to have some issues as well to get on the track. Can you explain what happened yesterday?
We had some issues with our back brakes, and then just with our gear, we had got our chain popped off and broke our main sprocket back there.
Oh wow, so did the sprocket itself break, or did the teeth kind of round off?
The teeth got ground off as the chain, I guess, popped off. Wow. Yeah.
Sounds good. Well, this is the Winston team. They are hoping to get back on the track soon, and thank you. And back to you, Steve.
Hi, Austin. Thank you. All right. We're going to look for some more action in there, and we're going to switch now over to see some cars charging here outside the garages. Most of the cars are charging right now that have pulled in to try to, obviously top off and recharge their batteries for when they go out at 2. All right, now Austin is still wandering around the northern garages and going to speak with Wiley East. Take it away, Austin.
Hey guys, I'm joined here with the Wiley East team making a couple repairs at the lunch break. Would you like to introduce yourself?
Hi, my name's Jaden Thompson.
It is nice to meet you. And what's your name?
Logan Thomas? Nope, Jeffrey Thomas.
Jeffrey, how's it going, Jeffrey?
It's going great.
What are y'all working on right now?
Right now we're currently, so we decided to cut apart the nose of our car, and basically we're making more airflow for the driver. We had, you can't see it anymore, but we had air inlets up here, and they weren't working as well as we want them to, so we're making a new and improved aerodynamic change.
Well, you're doing a great job so far. How hot is it inside?
I couldn't tell you exactly. Personally, I'm one of the 3 drivers. I don't think it's that hot, but I also work in heat, so you'd have to ask one of the other drivers.
Exactly, yes. It is very, very hot a track right now. Would you like to explain why you're moving it to the front of the car instead of the side?
For this design specifically, it wouldn't work very well on the side. It would create a lot of drag for the car. This way, the air goes in where it's hitting the car to begin with, instead of being pushed to the side and then going in. And it creates better airflow for the driver and better aerodynamics for the car itself.
Yeah, that is awesome. I was looking at y'all's car and I was really appreciating the way that the aero had turned out. Do you know who did the wheel covers?
The fairings?
Yeah.
So our old team captain last year, he designed them for us and then sent us a drawing of them. And then we made the frame. So the top is metal, and then there are support beams that I believe there's about 6 or 7 of them that are all metal. Okay. And then there's basically a metal ring around the bottom as well.
They look great.
And then they're covered in cardboard plastic, blue shrink wrap, and blue tape.
Perfect.
And that one has a nice.
This one even has a nice little sticker on it.
Yeah.
Oh, it has a sticker on the side.
Nice that I did this morning.
Let's check out the sticker.
Don't get too close.
That looks really good. I noticed that y'all also had air inlets on the side. Can you explain to me what those are made out of?
They're made out of, so it's 3D printing. I don't entirely know what whatever you use for 3D printing.
Yes, they are 3D printed.
They are to help control the temperature of our motor controller and our motor. And
yeah. So did y'all have 3D printed air inlets on the front of this car?
Yes. They were a little bit smaller than the ones on the back and blue.
Well, I'm glad y'all are enjoying your drivers and making sure that they're staying cool. Today's the hottest day of the race, so we're making sure to keep the drivers as cool as possible. But thank you guys, and back to the media crew.
All right, and we're going to have some more interesting footage coming up, and we may even attempt to fry an egg on the racetrack. That's right, 110 degrees, frying an egg.
Hey guys, I'm joined here by Hero Alliance, checking in the pits, and we are joined by
Steven Baragan. I'm the co-captain.
Hit the button on the mic.
Make a noise. Alright.
Hey guys, try to. We're here with Hero Alliance, and
I'm Steven Baragan, co-captain and driver for this year.
Perfect. And what did you work on the car this year?
So we worked on the car. This chassis has been with us since, I believe, 2017, 2018. It's been had some major and some cosmetic changes. You can see right here we got some aluminum tubing, stuff like that. Basically a new front end. Some new shocks as well. The other ones were a little too small. We needed more resistance. The people are getting bigger. Over here we have decals, more stickers, stuff like that. We have this roof. We can open it up and everything like that. Easier to get in. Mirrors. And over here at the back is the major changes over here. Some tools and stuff. Sorry. And back here, we made basically a little hatch, a little compartment for everything. We've got our 12-volt auxiliary battery there charging. We have that box right there. That's like a slot for our cartridge, I call it. It's our battery swap method. We have some wheels under it, and it makes it easier to slide in and out.
Yeah, that is awesome. Do y'all have a specific time that you try and meet whenever you're doing battery swaps?
As fast as we can.
As fast as possible. Do y'all have a record for how fast you've done it?
I don't know the exact numbers of like how fast, like the fastest one. I remember it's under 40 seconds for a battery swap. That's without any driver and stuff like that.
That is really, really good. Yeah, that is very impressive. Can you like kind of go through and show us, not like physically show us because there's not more than one person, but how a battery swap would be done?
Right. Yeah, I can show you right over here. So we have our compartment right there. We have these two loops right here. And it just basically slides in. And then there's a connector already on the battery box. I'll show you guys that in a bit. And it connects right there.
So is that like a quick release that you can pull and then the battery comes out?
And there's a connector. It's pretty much a standard connector. Just pulls and just locks in right there.
What does the red lever do on the side? Is that a lever?
Yeah, that's like a type of lever or just a grip so you can get a better hold of it right there.
Oh, okay, perfect. And then
behind you would be the battery box. We've been having these boxes also for a long time. So we added some stuff to them. We added some handles on them so easier to move. We have this right here for the fans. The fans are actually not on the battery box. That's
okay.
Another major change because we used to have them on the battery box and then we have to connect the battery and connect the fans at the same time.
Oh, so now this year you only have one thing to connect instead of multiple?
Yep. That changes dramatic. Every little thing.
Mm-hmm. Simpler is obviously
big result. Yep.
Well, I like it. So you said there's wheels on it as well.
Yeah, there's wheels under it as well. You guys can take a look.
So you guys will pull the car in, and then you go pit stop, and then you bring the cart over, and then take the battery out, and then roll it back in?
Roll it back in, yeah. Basically like a cartridge, like Nintendo, NES system.
Yeah. That is really awesome. What made y'all want to do to redo the front end?
Redo the front end? Basically looks, basically cosmetics. And I'll show you another major change right here at the back. We used to have a whole solid axle for 4 wheels. Now we only have...
Oh, so y'all had 4 wheels last year.
Uh-huh. And it was a solid axle, so we had, like, we ran into trouble with the steering. How one of the wheels started skidding, the other one would need to...
Because there's no differential.
Right.
Did y'all keep maybe friction in mind as well, going from 2 wheels to 1?
Yeah, so we also reduce weight with that. We also reduce rolling resistance, stuff like that.
And you don't have to worry about an axle with any drifting of the wheels. That was really smart.
So yeah, this is from a bike right here. We made a mount right here at the welded and bolted. First we did some bolting so that we knew what we were getting into. And then we went and got it welded to make it more secure and everything like that.
Awesome. And then one last question. Did y'all do some sort of calculation for the gear ratio?
How'd y'all figure that out?
We did some testing, actually. We had the stock one from the motorcycle. That was a little too small for that motor. We did some testing, and that actually blew our motor up.
Yeah, so what does small meaning the one that's connected to here or the one that's on the wheel?
So the one that we have connected here is basically, has always been the same, basically. This one's actually from our old axle. So we had to take that out because it was a bigger gear. It's actually easier on the motor if it's a bigger gear. And the gear that it had was like, I believe, maybe 3/4 of the size.
Okay. Yeah, smart. Well, thank you for showing me your car, and it was really nice meeting you.
Yeah, no problem.
Thank you.
All right. We are back and providing our coverage again. We have some more interviews, this time in one of the garages. We are covering the KCAL team. The KCAL team. Mackenzie, you're live.
Hey everybody, welcome back. It's lunch break, right? So hopefully we're staying a little cooler back in the garages, refueling a little bit before we get back out on the track. I am joined by the lovely KCAL team and two of their representatives. First off, will you go ahead and introduce yourself with your name, how many years you've been on the team, and what role you tend to play on the team?
Hi, I'm Morgan. This is my first year on the team, and I am the array and telemetry lead, so I work on our panels and our telemetry communication.
And hi, I am Kai. I am the design team lead, and I've been on this team for 2 years now.
Okay, so actually on that note, you mentioned telemetry. For some people who may not be watching, they may not know exactly what goes into a solar car telemetry. So do you mind talking a little bit about what you mean when you say telemetry and why it's important to look at during the race?
All right, so telemetry is communication between the car and the driver or the cockpit, whoever's decided to receive that information. So telemetry is in regular cars too, things like your speedometer or your temp sensor. Those are telemetry from your car. We just have it sent to our pit remotely. So things like that are important because it's really important to know what's happening with your car to ensure the safety of your driver, to ensure you're operating at peak efficiency, and to make sure everything's just going as you had planned it to go. And so we have a little computer in our car with a bunch of sensors hooked up to it, and then that sends information back to the pit, and we receive it and tell the driver how to drive.
Awesome, and we love being in communication with the car. We like when the car tells us what she needs. So speaking of the car, it's currently out charging because it's our lunch break, which means we're like halfway done with day 3. So we've been racing for 3 days. You guys made it through scrutineering way back when, practically like a distant memory at this point, right? So tell me a little bit about how your car has performed up to this point. What have you done over the last 3 days?
So we've actually had quite a few struggles with our car from the first day of racing. Our motor controller was glitching out. We didn't know what was going on with it. We found out later today that it may have been something to do with our batteries, but that was malfunctioning, so we had to pull the motor controller, pull the motor, and actually borrow it from another team. So one of our fellow competitors actually helped us stay in this race this time. And we actually had a second competitor help us out because this morning, one of our batteries, we were just doing a general check, and we see smoke starting to come out of our battery box. And we lift up one of the battery terminals, and there is a hole where our connector should have been. So definitely not good. We had to pull that battery, take a 17-lap penalty to go ahead and put a new one in. And we were going to use one from one of our old cars, but another Classic Division car had a spare, and so they offered very kindly for us to use their battery as well. Other than that, we've had a couple of electrical issues, a little electrical fire up in the front with our braking lights, our system there just short-circuited a little bit, but everything's good to go. It's back up and running. Our car's back into gear and charging up so that we'll be ready to keep going. Hopefully there are no more problems because it's been quite a race.
A really minor electrical fire.
Yeah.
Just like so.
Just a small one.
We've met a couple teams out here so far that have been having electrical issues with the heat and all, and just kind of adapting to it. So obviously challenges are a big part of the Solar Car Challenge. So in general, I guess, I'd love to hear from both of you. When your team faces challenges and when you get hit with something that you have to overcome, what's it like for your team? And how do you guys eventually, hopefully, pull together in order to get the car back together?
So our team, we've divided ourselves up into sub-teams based off of experience and proficiency. And so I'm more of the electrical and electronic component, but there are a lot of people who work almost exclusively on the mechanical side. And so when we get hit with a challenge, it's really up on the team to assess the challenge, obviously, and assign the right people to fix it, but also to keep morale up and to make sure that when we get hit with a challenge, because there will be more, there's always more. This is, it's a car that we built ourselves, so it is a challenge in that sense. making sure that everybody still feels conviction in this experience and feels strongly and wants to be here, because that's what makes the car run, is everybody wanting to be here and everybody putting it in, and not necessarily how much money or how much time those help, but you put into the car.
That's awesome. I love that, the conviction of it. I think that's so important. And for people not watching, or actually people who are watching the race but have never been physically here to watch the race, how would you describe the atmosphere of being at the Solar Car Challenge, racing a car you built yourself? I feel like it's kind of hard to describe sometimes unless you've ever been.
Yeah, I had a teammate describe it like the first time going underneath into the gate, the south gate that we all enter to get onto the middle part of the track, as like entering Disneyland. So it's just that excitement, that thrill of, oh, we finally made it. This isn't just a pipe dream anymore. We built a car. I mean, this car didn't exist back in August, and now it's here, and we are not only at Texas Motor Speedway, but we are going to be racing the thing that we built. And that's both a terrifying and exhilarating feeling.
How do you feel?
I feel very good. This is my first year here, and so I didn't have an expectation really going into it, but I think my favorite part is just seeing everybody work. I've done my rounds and talked to teams about what they're doing, and learned about other teams' cars and what they implemented and how, and I think that's really the beauty and the magic in this, is walking around and seeing what everybody else did and seeing what you did and thinking, wow, like, I made it here and I understand what's going on. Like, it's great. It feels so cool.
Yeah, you're part of it, right? Yeah, that's awesome. And I'm so excited that you guys have been doing such a great job of really picking yourself up and putting yourself back out there on the track. I know it's a hard battle sometimes. But on that note, I guess, what are your goals at this point as a team for the rest of the race, right? Like, we've only got one more full day left, and then the finish line is in sight, and so is the air conditioning. Yeah. So what are your thoughts kind of on that, and what are your goals as a team?
So we would love to have one day where nothing goes wrong. If the last day could go smoothly, that would be absolutely incredible. We are definitely aiming for third in the classical division. We've got it now, and we think we can keep it. Maybe even second, but that it all depends on, of course, our car and their cars. Things could still happen, but we are aiming for third for sure. Other than that, just keeping the car running, keeping it on the track, fixing any problems that might arise so that we can do the absolute best that we can this year, and so that next year's team can go and take this car that we've conceptualized and built this year and just take it to the stars, you know?
I love Take It to the Stars. Yes. How fun. I kind of on that topic, I guess, you said it's your second year, and it's your first year. And there are a lot of students out there that would love to be a part of a program like this, or at least thinking of being a part of a program like this. And I've been asking a lot of students that I've met over the course of this race, what's a piece of advice or encouragement you would give to students who are like maybe on the fence about it, or thinking about it, or maybe in that struggling phase of trying to work on putting together a team? So what would you tell them?
So I don't know anything about how cars like mechanically function. That's not my deal. And I was on the fence about joining this. I had the option between this and an internship, and I really sat there and thought about it for a while. And I would say, if you're on the fence about it, obviously do what makes you feel best, but it's really a good formative experience. A lot of engineering experiences don't offer you the kind of constructive pressure. It's often a lot of like, we'll do this or someone will get seriously injured, do this or like nothing will work. But it's a constructive environment, but it's also a very hands-on one. And I think that is hard to find, and this offers that beautifully. And so coming here was a good choice, in my opinion. I'm really enjoying my time here.
Awesome. What about you? Any advice or encouragement?
Oh, absolutely. I actually was not intending to join last year. was going into robotics, thinking, oh yeah, I'm gonna continue towards that engineering path. I'm sort of was aware of solar car, but was thinking more of it was a senior year thing. But over the summer, the teacher actually reached out and contacted me and was like, hey, I think you would be a great addition to this team. You should join. Like, I will move you over. Just come on in. And I'm like, all right. Well, I mean, if you're calling me over the summer, why am I saying no? So I went ahead and said yes. I went in, and it was the best decision I've ever made. So it's an opportunity. If it comes forward, if it is something that you have the ability to do, I absolutely recommend taking it, because there are just so many facets of the project that you can find yourself in. Even if you're not into mechanics or electrical work, there's media. You need presenters, you need people who will find sponsors, you need designers. So all of those roles can be filled, and it's truly a really diverse and inclusive experience. You really get close with your teams and with the car.
That's awesome. I think you guys are really, can you not tell how smart these students are? This is like insane. You guys have been so much fun to chat with, and I have a few more quick questions before I let you get back to your team and finish out your break before we get close to letting cars back out on the track again. One thing I wanted to talk about too was just, I feel like, especially when looking at engineering and engineering projects, it can be a little intimidating for students who, may not feel like they're as strong at math, or feel like they're strong at science, or are women, or are minority groups, or people who don't see that as an opportunity for them. So as you have seen your experience, what kind of would you say is important about being a part of a program like this and seeing people get involved in that, regardless of kind of your background or your skill sets?
So I follow the idea that nobody is too old or too far gone to learn about something and to enjoy something. And engineering and STEM fields in general do tend to get pretty intimidating if you're not a man walking into it and you see everyone else there and you feel just instantly othered. But I would say that if this isn't something that you've done before, or if this is something that you are considering but you have something holding you back because of that, there is always room to try something else, but you may never get the opportunity to try this again. And it is truthfully a really good opportunity, and there's no harm in trying it, and you may love it, and you may find out that maybe you're not so good at math, but design is great, and you can figure it out. Or maybe this is the tool that helps you get good at math, or learn about science more and aerodynamics. And so I would say not to let fears of being othered be an obstacle to you, but rather see this as the opportunity that it is.
Do you have anything you want to add on that topic?
A lot of it is just finding your passion and your place in the team. So there are so many different people that come through this, black, white, gay, straight, male, female, that you really get to see a whole diverse array of people and passions and skills. And so finding out where you are in that team and find the thing that you're passionate about and that you're willing to just full throttle go for and contribute to the team, that's really where all of the passion and real drive comes from in these teams, and what allows us to create such a gorgeous car that runs as well as it does.
Awesome. And speaking about running as well as it does, I know we got to get you guys back to your team. So one last thing before we go, is there any thank yous, hellos to anybody out on the live stream that you would like to send before we send it on back into the studio?
I just want to say thank you to my advisors. They've been great throughout all of the stresses, and they're not watching. They're here right now. But if this gets back around to them, thank all of them. They're great, and I wouldn't be here without them.
Yeah, our advisors have been absolutely incredible. The parents of the team, I know that mine have been super duper supportive, and I've seen others around as well that have just been, coming through either to give water or even just to give their time, their kids' time to have us be able to come to these races and all of the time we put in over the summer, because we didn't stop once the year ended. We were there once every week just trying to make sure that this car got done in time. And so to have that freedom to do that and yeah, it's amazing.
Awesome. It really is amazing, and y'all are amazing, so I can't wait to send you on back to your car. So thank you guys so much. We'll go ahead and send it off and say bye-bye and send it back to Stuart. Thanks, guys.
All right. Thank you so much, the KCAL team. Lovely interview there. Car's running solid. It's great. Now, let's head back over to Isaac, who has a car, looks like a car right behind him. They're getting ready to pull out onto the track momentarily. So it's over to you, Isaac.
Hi, I'm Isaac, and I'm with Ben again from KCAL. And just can you tell us like roughly what's going on with your car? We saw you assembling the car just now.
Yeah, so we're getting ready to go back on track, right? So we just threw on our side panels. We took off, actually, 2 of our panels on our rear triangle to kind of get some better airflow going. We mainly wanted to make sure that our motor controller, MPPT, batteries, all that stuff could kind of vent some air out and we can get some air circulation going across. So like the top part of this triangle in the back, that's just so air can come out and we can get some better airflow. Another thing, we actually got our car in pretty decent working order. We're running pretty good. We were averaging about 18 miles an hour out there earlier. And I think really what brought this whole thing all together is our bobblehead right here, our mascot, our main lady, you know. Her name is Edna. You all might know her from The Incredibles. I'll spin her around. So,
do you want to bobble it once for us?
Oh, absolutely. She's not too cooperative right now. She's a little ticked off with how the car is going, but you know, she is our spirit animal. She's the reason we're doing great.
I see all the lovely wires you got there. I know you said you earlier had issues with wires. Was that the thing you fixed?
Oh, absolutely not. That's just us being festive. So just with as tight of a turn as those wires have to make right there, that's why it looks kind of ugly. But, you know, it's Christmas colors. So right here, we've got our main man, Jonah. He was our driver earlier today. He's switching out our auxiliary batteries because we have some spare ones that we run to leave the contactors open while we're charging those. So that way we can have our good deep cycle batteries while we're out there racing, so we make sure that, you know, we keep power and we don't shut down.
Thank you. And back to you, Stuart.
All right. Thank you very much there, Isaac. Let's see what's going on. We're gonna flip over to track side here, and we see we got some cars queued up, ready to go out of the start gate. Looks like we also have an advanced car. Looks like they need to return, but are returning in via another entrance to the garages.
Hi guys, are you guys 1 and 2? Are you guys ready for the upcoming session after lunch?
We hope so. We're pretty much close to charged up and hoping for a great session.
Did you guys encounter any issues in the morning? And did you think you'll hit any like road bumps, or are you expecting a smooth ride from now on?
We're definitely hoping for a smooth ride. We had some radio failures and an issue with our front right wheel in the morning, but we made some pretty efficient pit stops and fixed it quick, and we hope that certainly, at least if there are any issues in the afternoon, we'll have efficient pit stops there as well.
It's going to be like, what, 111 degrees for a couple hours now? You guys ready for it? You guys ready?
I don't think anyone's ever ready, but we're going to do it.
I like your tiny fan there. I hope it does you well.
Yeah.
And thank you. Good luck.
Yeah, thank you. Hey, so can you get your radio on?
Let's try to go.
All right, thank you very much, Isaac. Now, back in the studio, well, let's go over our lap totals. Let's see what's going on, who's in the lead.
Sure thing. So if you remember, the Classic, Advanced Classic, and Electric Solar Division cars have been off the track since about noon Delta their time. So they've been resting, taking a break, while the advanced cars are still out on the track. So those lap counts are going to continue, but I can give you for certain what some of the advanced cars are for the classic cars are right now, not including that, a final audit at the end of the day. So their unofficial scores at this point are, in the Classic Division, we have the Holy Solars up there at 42 laps. Now, interestingly enough, the next team is Pirate Ingenuity, and they're at 42. So they're getting pretty close. We'll have to see how the afternoon goes. So that'll be an interesting one. And it keeps getting interesting because in the Advanced Classic Division, currently you have Wiley East Solar Car team at 67 laps. This is the first time they've been in first place for their division, fighting...
Nate, early.
It's part of the rules, even though we're under the shade, it's not completely covering us from the sunlight.
And apart from the water bottles here, do you have any other ways to stay out this ride?
Well, we expect to stay out probably 2 hours with what we have, water and the fresh from the airness too, when we drive.
Yep, because you guys seem to have a lot more...
I have my water.
Yep.
We have the radio in case we need to switch out drivers. I'm feeling all right now. Doing great.
And hopefully nothing goes wrong.
Hopefully nothing goes wrong, yeah. That's, I guess, all we can hope for. Yeah.
Have fun. Good luck.
All right, so this first car is going to leave at 2:01. 2:01, because I believe that. Why is the reason for that and not too sharp?
If you remember from the start times, we let the cars on the track one at a time on a minute count. So that means to make everything fair, we always work with delta time for all these cars. So if they started at 8:02, then they will get back on the track at 2:02 after their lunch break, and then they'll end at 4:02.
And so, what does delta time mean for those who aren't familiar with that term?
Yeah, delta time is just that change in time that we see there. So, for example, any team, if you were to start immediately at 8, you're supposed to have 4 hours before your lunch break, and then you get off the track for your lunch break and get back on at 2 hours. To make sure every team has the exact same amount of time, we shift that start and end time for every team based on when they're able to get on and off the track. So we're about to see Covenant Christian get on right now at about 2:01, as they were the second car out on the track this morning.
All right, well, they should leave in just a few seconds here. Let's cut to them.
Our first team up is the Covenant Cougars. Yeah, we need a little woo-hoo. I think that's pretty good woo-hoo in this kind of temperature. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Good luck, Wiley. Next up for 204 is the Palmdale Classic. Solar Falcons. You have 15 seconds. Five, 4, 3, 2, 1. Good luck, Solar Falcons. Judges, do you have suntan lotion on? Holy Solars are next from Kent, Connecticut. They launched at 2:05. Okay, you've got 5, 4, 3. Do you need a second to get the paint? 1, you're off. There you go, Holy Solar. Have a good afternoon. Next up is Palmdale's electric solar car. Electric powered. Of course, they're all electric powered, but these are solar electric. Palmdale Solar Electric, how are you doing? Seconds. 10 seconds. Solar Falcons, it's 3, 2, 1. Good luck. Have a great afternoon. Heroes Alliance from Detroit is up. How are y'all feeling? You okay? Heroes, it is 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Good luck to the flight. 4, 3, 2, 1. You have a good afternoon. Next up is Pirate Ingenuity from Brazosport. How are you doing? Good. Good North Texas heat here. Lucas, thank you for reminding everybody. That's important. Pirate Ingenuity. Pirate Ingenuity, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Blast off. Have a good afternoon. Next up is KCAL from Keller ISD.
Just kidding.
Yet you want to leave the fan on. All right, 20 seconds. 20 seconds.
They'll count down for you.
Oh, I'm sorry. Y'all got an extra minute. Yeah, it's 2:11. Seconds, and I'll count it down for you. KCAL, it's 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Have a great afternoon. Stony Point Solar Car Team from Round Rock is up next. How are you feeling? Good. Stony Point, it is 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Good luck, Stony Point Racing Team. Next up is Presidio. About 15 seconds. Presidio, it is 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Good luck, Presidio Solar Car team. All right, Flying Fortress, the Ballard team. How are you feeling in there? You okay? Good. That's okay. I think everybody's tired. That's solar. It should be synonym. Solar, tired.
Wes, as soon as you roll, solar array on, all right? Okay. Counting again.
15 seconds. All right, 3, 2, 1. Good luck, Ballard. Have a great day.
Right on. Right, rock on.
So, and the cars are off for the second day. Sorry, third day, second half of the day.
There you go.
2 to 4 slot.
Yes.
I would like to remind everybody that it is projected to be 211 degrees by 4 o'clock when the race ends.
Out on the track?
Yep. On the track, it'll be
Yeah,
considerably hotter.
I was going to say, yeah, it's 111. I think right now, last I checked, back before during lunch break, one of my friends pulled up the feels like temperature was 108, and it's just getting hotter.
And the physical temperature of the track itself, you used a infrared heat measurement gun. What did it read?
Yeah, I think we were seeing out towards the black on the track. It was getting up to the 150 range.
150 degrees on the asphalt.
Yeah, so no wonder some of these tires, the rubber's been melting. The teams have been, staying hydrated to the best of their ability and swapping their drivers as much as possible.
Yeah, so it's going to be rough. There was talk about maybe calling the race early, but since we just went out for lunch,
we'll see what happens.
We'll see what happens. I'm actually pretty interested to see how this goes over the next 2 hours.
Yeah, I think it'll be interesting to see the teams kind of truck through the end. We've only got 2 more hours, so a lot of damage can happen in 2 hours in terms of solar cars going around the track. But also, again, with that heat, it starts to get more and more difficult to run a car without risking anything going wrong.
All right, well, as drama unfolds, we will, of course, bring that to you and send a camera team out to cover it. And we also have interviews on the half hour. So in 15 minutes at 2:30, who are we going to be speaking to?
We're first going to be talking to Plano, and then later after that, we're going to be doing Winston and Palmdale's electric car, checking back in with them again.
All right, so come back in 15 minutes, and we can see the Plano team and speak to one of their representatives.
Yeah.
And until then, let's watch some cars going around the track. Trackside crew, you guys are up.
Woohoo.
All right, there we go. All right, now we have Mackenzie out with the Plano Green team. Mackenzie, go ahead and take it. You are live.
Alrighty. Hey guys, we're back. It is the afternoon session, so it's nice and toasty outside at this point. But I pulled a couple of the Plano Green team members out of the sun to hang out with me for a few minutes while we chat about your car. So first things first, go ahead and introduce yourself for everybody on the live stream. So tell us your name, how long you've been on the team, and maybe what kind of role you tend to play part of your team.
Hello, my name is Aiden Chan. I've been on the team for about 2 years, and this year I work mainly with the auxiliary system.
Hello, my name is Cable Smith. It's my first year on the team, and mainly I help with sport, and yeah.
Awesome. Okay, so it's day 3. I did check in with Plano back on day 1, so it's been a little bit of time since we've said hey to you guys. So first things first, tell us how the race has been. We've been going a couple days now. How's your car been performing? Where are you guys at as a team?
Yesterday we ran into a few, I guess, more serious problems. But these problems weren't like race-ending problems, unlike last year. So our goal for this year is essentially to increase the reliability of our car so that we can stay on the track for most of the time. And yeah, so that's our goal for this year.
So tell me, how has the race been so far for your team?
It's been really exciting for us. Even our advisor is talking about how excited he is that our car is able to race the entire time, even a lot more time than last year's. And it's said that we even really destroyed our last year's laps in racing. So.
So speaking of which, for people who didn't tune in last year, we hung out with the Plano Green team last year. Similar car, obviously a few tweaks every time we see the car back together. So tell us a little bit about what has changed from last year, if you can remember, and then also kind of why you made those changes for this year.
So we made a lot of changes to our electrical system. Most notably, we spent a lot of time on our batteries and doing something called battery balancing. Last year we found out that because our batteries weren't balanced, they were discharging at uneven rates. Therefore, one battery would die before the rest of the batteries in a pack would die. And so this year that was our main focus with the electrical system. We also made a few improvements and maintenance to the auxiliary system.
Do you have any thoughts on, I know you said new, but this year, what have you heard that might be different from last year in terms of maybe your strategy as a team?
Regarding our strategy as a team, our aim was to make sure we're, as Aiden said, a long time on track and make sure we effectively manage how much we outtake or how fast we're going on the track. And also, we have basically made everything super efficient.
Awesome. You know, we've talked a lot about this here and there, but I haven't talked as much today about it, so we might as well harp on it again. For those of you that remember, this isn't a speed race, right? It's all about the distance on the track. So explain to us why it's so important for consistency and why it's so important for you guys to push to get the car out on the track as much as possible.
Yeah, so, I mean, maybe you can spend, one day discharging all of your battery at once. And, you'll get, amazing lap times, right? But then the problem is that the race lasts, 4 days? And so you got to make sure that your batteries last at least 4 days. Maybe on the last day, yeah, you can just run your car at maximum speed. But over these 3 days, we had to carefully manage our batteries so that they don't die too quickly, and most importantly, like I said before, they don't become unbalanced, so that we can remain our level of performance. We can have a steady level of performance.
Awesome. So what about you? What does consistency mean for you as a team?
Consistency for me as a team, it means we're always ready to do any auxiliary battery changes, any type of driver changes, so that we're always able to decrease and minimize the amount of time we spend at the pit and in the garage, because as our goal is to be efficient and stay on the track.
Awesome. And now you talked about driver changes. From what I remember, you guys don't have a whole lot of drivers this year, right? Will you walk me through kind of what's going on with driver changes and kind of what's happening with some of the other teams around us right now?
All right, so our team, we have a total of 4 members, and it turns out none of us are qualified to drive our car. So what we end up where we asked help from other teams, and thankfully we had some volunteers from other teams offer to drive our car. So now we often have to make sure we're scheduling our drivers and make sure that each one is okay to drive before, not under any heat pressure before they drive, because that would be bad, and that after they're done they are also cool, and if they also tell us if you have any problems.
I think for a challenge in a race, when people think competition and rivalry, you often don't think about other teams helping provide drivers to teams that are their direct competitors. So what does that mean to you, like as a community, what this type of race is like?
I mean, it really shows that the Solar Car Challenge, like, it's not a competition, to see who's the best. It's more of a competition to see, like, who can do the best, but who can also help others the best. So that's what I've gotten from this competition.
Yeah, who can rise to the occasion, right? Which has been really great. And speaking of, rising to the occasion right now is we're in the afternoon of day 3. So we're almost done. We can almost taste the finish line and the air conditioning. It's just one day away. So tell me, are you guys excited for the end of the race? Are you excited for day 4 and what we're going to be able to see tomorrow?
I don't know what we're going to see tomorrow, but I am excited to see our final day of racing and what we can put out and see our final lap time, see how much it's improved, and look forward to the future with the data we've collected.
What about you? How do you feel about day 4 being so close?
I'm definitely excited. We definitely have put a lot of work, and these past days at the event has been quite challenging, quite stressful. The heat doesn't really help. So yeah, I'm looking forward to the air conditioning.
Yeah, me too. And speaking of challenging and looking back on the race, I've been talking to a lot of teams this week about things and advice that they would give either to other teams or new teams or students who are thinking about joining teams. So now you guys are going through it and you're having a good race this year. What would you say you wish you had known before you started racing that you now know now that you would share with other teams?
Aiden, do you have anything?
Let me think. I mean, there's just a lot of things. I think one thing might be, I guess, get prepared for the stress. You'll see teams that like may be better than you, and that may be kind of stressful. But just know that that they are always willing to help, and so don't think of it like as like a competition, like a rival. As in like a rivalry, but think of it as like an opportunity to learn something new while competing. Yeah.
Think of any other advice you might want to share at this point?
I think the best advice I would give to people coming to race is that it is very encouraged to ask other teams for help, and that way you might be able to even have another team member actually input into your car and make it better to race in. Yeah.
That's awesome. I'll lean on each other to make each other better. I love that, and I love that that's kind of what we do here at Solar Car. I will get you back to your team shortly, so I just have a few more quick questions for you guys before I send you back out into the heat. So I don't know, maybe you do want to hang out with me a little longer. But we are, I've been talking to a lot of teams this year about goals and goal setting and kind of what they wanted walking into this. And now that we're at day 3, we're starting to kind of see where our goals have gotten us and what our final goals are. So I would love for you guys to touch on either as a team or as a person what goals you guys have seen for this race for yourself and maybe for the end of the race as a team.
Yeah, so like I said before, for our team, our goal this year was to have increase our reliability on the track as much as possible. Last year, our team didn't really do so well as we didn't spend as much time as we wanted on the track last year. This year, these past 3 days, we have gotten to spend the majority of our racing time on the track, which we felt was really, really good. There were a few slight problems that we thought we solved during testing, but I guess in the practical world, it turns out it's actually a problem, and we spent a lot of time trying to fix those problems.
What about you? Any goals for yourself or for your team you might want to touch on?
My main goal for this year joining in was to learn about electrical, and being a support, I definitely say I've achieved it. I've learned a lot through Solar Car, and I even learned a lot regarding mechanical, braking, motor controller even, and coding too. And then as a team, our goal, as Aiden said, was reliability, and I believe we have worked on that. And being a part of the bigger picture and helping the team goal was really cool.
Awesome. Always taking little steps forward, right? That's so important. And before I send you back, one thing I did want to touch on as well is, especially when we're talking about people watching the live stream, people who may not be familiar with the Solar Car Challenge or have, maybe not built a solar car themselves, or students who are looking into it. We talk a lot about the challenges, the heat, the hard work, the long days. We've been echoing it all day. Would you recommend this to someone? Are you having fun? Are you enjoying being here at Texas Motor Speedway? And is it all worth it to go through all of these things?
Yes, I would definitely say it's worth it. One, it's a great learning opportunity to learn about various sorts of stuff. Solar car isn't just about getting electricity from the panels and then putting into the motors. It's not just about the car. It's so much more. It's there's fundraising, team management, very small stuff driver ergonomics, for example. We found that driver ergonomics was an issue that we do want to work on in the future. So yeah.
Awesome. How about you? Was it worth it to come out here this year?
It was definitely worth it. It's 100%. And I would recommend it. Seeing as how much I've learned, how much I've grown and learned more. I learned more from the experience. I definitely recommend it because solar car was a great experience, great opportunity to learn and experience something that's super inclusive, like this racetrack, being in the garage, being on the work in this environment. Yeah.
Awesome. Thank you guys so much, and thank you guys to Plano Green Team in general for cheering us on. We're going to say goodbye for now, and join me in wishing Plano luck as we send them back out onto the track. Thank you guys so much. Bye-bye for now.
Thank you so much, Mackenzie. And now we have Tomek is standing by. Again, we have Tomek standing by in one of the garages, talk to one of the teams. So let's go there. And Tomek, you are live. Oh, he's not in the garage.
No, yes. So I had hoped to bring the public some news, some mid-race drama for this so utterly dominant Razorback aviation team. Unfortunately, this seems to be something that they fully expected. They blew through their horns, ladies and gentlemen. The cars are required to have a horn on board so that when they pass slower cars, as this car has been doing for now 3 days straight, they can let them know where they are and, we avoid collisions. The Razorback team, however, just due to the way their electronic system works, the amperage or whatever they've been putting through the horns has just been too much for them to handle. But they knew this was coming, so they put 2 horns on board this car, blew through one of them. When that stopped working, there's a little switch the driver has. He pushes it, and it switches to the other horn, and now that one has also stopped working. So they've brought it in, and in, about 10-15 minutes, they've replaced that all. Their margin of error is still comfortably, I would say, above 150 laps. Or at least in that region, and they're about to go out again with a fresh driver, hopefully a fresh water bottle in there to keep the driver cool, and batteries that are nowhere near levels to be worried. They're just testing. There. First time that brand new horn has been fired. They've just made sure that it's working, and they're about to get going. Test complete. Now, the one thing that I can report about Razorback is that yesterday, near the end of the day... Oh, yes, they seem satisfied with that now. Anyway, they hit a cone. Now, we've seen a few teams do this. Kentucky has done it, Iron Lions has done it, and I'm sure more teams have done it that I just haven't heard about. But this... if you look at the advanced division cars, their aerodynamics are so well developed, and the bodywork is so complex, or rather, there's so much of it, that can actually cause damage, and in fact it did. And they spent a little bit of time yesterday, it's late afternoon, trying to fix, I believe it was the left front wheel cover, to make sure those aerodynamics were fine. They did. They put it back on, the car went out, and kept dominating. And it looks like it's going to continue that, knock on wood for them. As we see them push it up now, They're going to bring it up to the line, and they're going to use electric power to bring it back on track and speeding around Texas Motor Speedway on a lovely, lovely, cloudless and intense. We're hoping everyone's staying hydrated, especially in those cockpits. I bet that driver is really thankful for the thermal shielding they have above their heads now, and I can't imagine what the Iron Lions drivers are going through, boiling in that little capsule they've got. It's like a casserole dish. And off they go. They seem satisfied with their repair job, and I dare say they should be. Back to you, Stuart.
Thank you, Tomek. Thank you. It's neat to see the Razorback team's car, which we do not see a lot of in our broadcast here because it's pretty much always on the track, making those laps. So let's go back trackside with our trackside cam, and again, we'll bring you some more news and footage as it occurs. And in about 12 minutes, we are going to have a interview with the Winston team. That's right, the Winston team is going to be up at 3 o'clock in about 12 minutes. So we will see you then. All right, so out in front of the garages here, we have a car coming in to do a slalom test. Not completely sure why we're completing this test now. So this car has been taken off the track to do this road handling test. Let's go switch over to Tomek, who's covering this. Tomek, off to you.
Yeah, hi. So we're here in the North Garage, or outside it, rather, where the Plano Green team has just come in. Now, what the situation is that it's so hot right now here at Texas Motor Speedway that restrictions have been put in place for how long a driver can stay in the car. This driver has been in long enough where, for heat stress reasons, they have to remove her because it would not be allowed for her to continue. And so they have to replace the driver with a new one. Herein comes the problem. Plano Green Team does not have any new drivers. In fact, they don't have any drivers. Their driver did not fit within the car, within enough to pass the safety regulations. Their head was just too tall and poked up above that bar that we can see over there, and so it was a safety hazard for the person that they had trained as a driver to drive the car. So they put out a wanted ad, as it were, for drivers up and down the pit row to drive their car. So I believe this lovely lady here is from Iron Lions, and so now that she has completed as much driving as she can do today, they have to find another driver. And in order for a driver to be allowed to drive the actual Texas Motor Speedway track, they have to pass a driving test as one does in the real world. That is why those cones are laid out over there. That's a slalom test. They're going to put the driver in. The driver is going to go zigzag in and out, hopefully pass, because it doesn't seem too difficult, and then be able to go out on track and turn more laps for the Plano Green Team. Another slight problem, though, is that this driver is nowhere to be seen. We await confirmation of what exactly is happening, and for now, we're going back to the studio.
All right. Thank you, Tomek. So to recap, Plano had only one qualified driver. When they got here, the driver ended up being too tall, and the driver's head went above the roll bars, and so was disqualified. They've been relying on drivers from other teams. That one driver they had today has now driven the limit that driver was allowed to drive because of time restrictions given to the heat. And I just heard that they have found the replacement driver. They were looking for that volunteer, and there you go. All right, so there we go. Tomek, you are live. Tomek, you are live.
Okay, apologies for that delay, folks, but we have two lovely gentlemen here from the South Garage. They're going to climb into this car. They're both going to get certified, and they're going to be able to drive this car today and tomorrow. Given the amount of time left today, I don't know if both of them are going to have to drive it today. The heat index is going up, and so driving times are necessarily going down. The Plano Green Team is also not particularly worried about losing time. They're here really to test this car and develop it further for next year, more than worry about necessarily competing with the likes of Raisbeck and Iron Lions. It is a tight squeeze, as you can see, and it seems that the driver is too big. This is not a car, or rather is a car for the faint of body and slight, and not this gentleman, as it seems. This one seems a better fit, but good enough. So, as you can see there, the judge rules that the distance between the bars of the driver's safety pod and the driver's shoulders have to be 5 centimeters, or roughly 2 inches. They're using a pen as a temporary measure of how far that exactly is. They're putting the steering wheel back in, and we're about to find out if, with a little bit of finagling, it's not enough.
So if it's based on what you're saying, then the other guy can drive too.
The other guy, a little bit below.
Same difference. We measured 15, that was 5.
I told you.
So the Plano Green Team believes that the number is 5, and the judge believes that the number is 15. But it turns out that number 15 is from the most exterior structure of the car, and not the roll cage. And it is 5 to the roll cage. So they might be all right. But are they all right with height?
Head's too high?
Head's too high. That's the station 1.
In your head back?
Yeah, his head is in fact too high. He's not underneath the roll bar. Now the problem with that is fairly obvious. Is if the car were to flip and land on that roll cage, you would actually not land on the roll cage, but rather his noggin. Not ideal.
All right, guys.
Any small friends that can help you?
Yeah.
Small friends.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We've got
With driver's licenses.
I can do it. You, what about Ariana? What about, Ben's friends?
And what happens now, folks? Friends of friends of friends of friends who A, have driver's licenses, and B, are small enough to fit in this, the cockpit of this mini-mobile.
At least 5 centimeters from the roll bar and 15 from the outside of the car.
Right.
Sorry, guys.
And not too tall so that your head sticks up above.
Yeah, so the roll bar needs to be a distance of 5 centimeters from any part of the driver, and then it can be 15 centimeters from the outside of the car to offer for a crush zone in case of an accident.
I see.
Yeah, we got sure? Okay. She's got a wristband. It is allowed. It is allowed. You have to ask your team, but you're allowed to do it. If we're so bigger.
Okay, so folks, they're trying to figure this out. They're looking for potential candidates, and when they find one, if and when they find one, we will get back to you. For now, back to the studio.
All right, thank you, Tomek, for that colorful commentary on the Plano Green Team's particular issues of having built a car too small for the tall and generally larger volunteer drivers that have offered to help. So let's see what's going on here. And it looks like we have Mackenzie standing by with a member of the Winston Solar team. So here we go to see Mackenzie. And Mackenzie, you are live.
Hey everybody, welcome back to the Garage Bays. We're getting close to the end of day 3, and I am with a lovely Winston Solar Car team member. Goodness gracious, long day, huh? Yeah. So first off, go ahead and introduce yourself, and then go ahead and tell us how long you've been on the team and kind of what role you tend to play when you're here at the track.
My name is Justin, and I've been on the team for 1 year. It's my first year. It's been a lot of fun. Learned a lot of things. Mostly I do things within electrical and mostly wiring in the car. Yeah.
Good stuff. We're getting the breeze in right now, so maybe we'll get some cooler air. Speaking of all this, heat and all these things and challenges that some of the teams have been facing, Winston, you guys have been through some things this race. It's been a long one for you guys. Would you be willing to share with me a snippet of some of the things you have gone through since day 1?
We've had issues with brakes. Our chain popped off and broke our sprocket. We had batteries that weren't charging, and then we had other issues with brakes, and it's been fun.
Fun's a good word. So lots of challenges. Tell me, what has your team been doing to try to work to overcome those challenges? Because you're obviously still racing. Your car is actually out on the track right now. So walk me through how your team's been getting through it.
I guess it's kind of the goal of getting to see the car go again, because just now, earlier we hit 32 miles an hour, which is the fastest we've gone so far, which is good to see. It's just kind of the motivation of, you get to see the car going and trying to get more laps completed.
Yeah, I think also a lot of times you study things like engineering, you study things like electrical, you study mechanical things in school, but it's very different sometimes when you get here and you're working on a car. Yeah. Can you tell me, do you feel like this hands-on experience is unique for building a solar car?
Yeah, it's very different because, normally in a psych classroom scenario, you have all the perfect conditions, but then it's when you're out here and it's, 110 and your car's not working because it's overheat and you're trying to find ways to resolve that. It's fun. Yeah.
I like that you think it's fun. That's
a
good thing.
I put it as fun because, there are other things to describe it, but, I think fun's the best way to.
Awesome. So we're having a good attitude about it, which is really great. I like that you still think it's fun. It's a challenge.
Yeah, it is.
And you guys have obviously been through quite a lot of it this year. Was this something that you were anticipating coming into the challenge, or has it been kind of a whirlwind of things you weren't ready for?
I wasn't expecting this much. I was expecting some things to fail, but it was one that we had not really accounted for in most of our designing that we've done, but other things we had planned for, but this we had not really know.
And I totally get it. I think a lot of teams are in the same boat with the heat right now and how it's affecting their car. And, you know, when talking about the car, obviously, again, your car's out on the track right now, so you're currently in a good position. I know we talked recently that you've had other teams help give you guys drivers to get along. How's that been like for you as a team to get to kind of share some of that with other teams?
It's wonderful. It's a great community where everyone's like helping you and open and giving you different parts that you need and tools to get your car running again.
And speaking of running, we're here in day 3, and the car is running. So therefore, what are you hoping for with one more day left of the race? What are your goals at this point, either for yourself personally or as a team?
Hopefully to have the car not break down anymore. Yeah.
Always a good goal. Always a good goal. So with that, I guess, you know, we've talked about how you've overcome challenges. We've talked with a lot of teams about these challenges. And sometimes I think it's funny for people watching at home because they hear a lot about, like, man, it's hot, you're tired, it's challenging, things are breaking. And I've been talking to teams a lot today about, is it worth it? You said it was fun, but I'd love for you to tell me a little bit about, for you personally, like, why do you care to be out here at Texas Motor Speedway today?
Well, because, you know, there's this kind of like excitement that you get if you're seeing this thing you've spent all year building and it's finally like going around the track successfully. And it's going and it's, you're like, I built this, I put time into this, and like now it's moving like how we wanted it to, which is always really thrilling to see.
Awesome. You know, we talk a lot with Solar Car Challenge being an initiative to help get students hands-on in STEM and exploring STEM education. Do you feel like being a part of this challenge has really opened you up to different things from engineering and science and technology and math? And do you feel like it's made an impact on you since being a part of it?
I definitely think it has. I've learned things you would never learn in a classroom scenario because there are things that arise while out on a track that, you know, won't really happen in the classroom or a garage. But it's been fun. I've learned about mechanical things that I never knew I probably would know. So it's good.
That's awesome. I'm glad you feel that way, and I'm glad you feel like you're getting something out of it. Otherwise, we'd just be here sweating, huh? Yeah. Sounds good. So I will let you get back to your team because I know you guys are low on team members, but high on morale at this point. So I'll let you get back after one quick question to cheer you guys on. Is there anything that you'd like to say to the viewers who are supporting Winston, who are cheering you guys through all your challenges? Any words of encouragement back at them as they've been throwing them to you?
I would like to, first of all, I'd like to thank mostly the team of Kentucky and the Bombers because they've been really helpful in providing things that we needed. And those like the main team, and then the Iron Lions have also helped us a lot. And I'm very appreciative of that. And to any other teams cheering for Winston, thank you for sticking with us as we've had our challenges, and I hope that you continue cheering for us.
Awesome. Well, I definitely will be continuing cheering for y'all, and I hope everyone back home watching, hopefully in the air conditioning, is also cheering you guys on and awaits for us to get to the last day. So thank you very much. I appreciate you taking the time to hang out with us. And with that, we'll say goodbye and send it on back. Thanks, you guys.
Great. Thank you, Mackenzie and the Winston team. Winston team is not giving up. They are working hard, even though they've had lots of trouble, and it's that kind of spirit that the Solar Car Race is meant to promote. All right. So back to our unfolding drama with the Plano Green team, which apparently does not have enough drivers, and the volunteer drivers they did have not been able to fit in the car. Our very own Tomek, correspondent here with the camera crew, has volunteered to drive their car because he is a few inches shorter than the other volunteer drivers. So let's switch over to Jacob and Tomek as they get Tomek prepped to become the first camera person solar car driver from the camera crew, if you can believe it.
Hey guys, welcome back. This is the Plano team, and they've come off of the track because we are registering new drivers. Because of the heat, we have to switch out drivers every 2 hours, and right now the temperature is well above 105, and so we're switching out far more quick than 2 hours. Per course rules, every driver needs to go through a course to be registered to go on the track. This test includes making sure that they have space between their shoulders and the crush zones, which is the side of the car, and then also that they can handle the car. In this test, you have to go at least 20 miles an hour or faster in between these cones, there and back. the second part of the test is that you have to be able to get out of your vehicle in less than 15 seconds. We're going to go over to actually one of our film members who hopped in the car and will be driving it. How's it going? How does the car feel like?
Oh, she's a machine.
So you were actually inside for a little bit and are planning on being registered to drive the car in the race. How do you feel about that?
I'm excited. I mean, I get to drive Texas Motor Speedway, you know, energy of the future, and I'm glad I was the right size because these guys need more drivers.
Yeah, so one of the reasons why we're choosing him is because this car has a very short seat, and so if you can see below, there's a line where we would draw right here where their head has to be at least 5 centimeters below this line in case of rollover. And luckily there is shorter people here that can do that. So right now what he's doing is going over the sequence of how to get out of the car. Right now they're explaining the 5-point harness system. In this test, the driver will first come to a complete stop, will release their harness, take off the wheel, hit the kill switches, which are on the inside of the car, and make it out of the vehicle.
Get out of that. Don't do it. Don't do it. You understand? Yeah. Disconnect, kill your power. Okay.
Yeah, they can't drive. I can drive. Let's see if I can drive.
Yeah, you can't drive right now. Oh, you don't fit in the car. Wide or tall?
They don't have license.
Just to summarize, if you've just hopped on, Team Plano is trying to register a new driver from a different team to drive their car for them. That way they can swap drivers more often.
You've not done this yet, have you? No driver? All right. Go in the slots or go in the cones, weave in and out of them. At the very end, make a big turn, weave in and out of them again at least 20 miles an hour, okay? If you're going to go slow the first time, you can. 20 miles an hour on the back end. Whenever you're ready.
Do you know if this is still on?
What do you mean? Has commentary? It's probably still on. Just like this car is on fire.
So right now she's getting adjusted to the track and not quite hitting 20 miles an hour, which is what we want her to do. On the way back, we would like to see a little bit more speed, which is what we are seeing now. We've called fire, and now she must get out of the vehicle in 15 seconds. The top is off. She must take off her seatbelt, hit the kill switch, and make out of the vehicle. Perfect. She has done it perfectly in under 15 seconds. Another safety feature that I would like to talk about is the fact that there are kill-off switches on the inside of the car as well on the outside of the car. In the past, there has been instances where they must kill the power in the car, but they cannot physically reach it, so there's now a rule where a switch must be on the inside of the car as well on the outside. Those switches you will see on almost every car are big red buttons that you can just slap and kill all of the power.
glad you guys found help.
So who's setting up to drive?
Her and me.
Huh? That's it?
Yeah. Because they have one more.
People.
Oh no, then it's just me.
Huh?
Then it's just me.
But from Stewart's team.
It's just me. Just me.
Just you.
Yeah.
Wide turn. Take a wide turn.
Sure. Yeah. Might get one without sunglasses. Sure.
And stop. Y'all chalks? One sec. I didn't mean to break your car.
All good. I don't think anything broke.
All right, cameraman next. Let's go fast.
So how was it? How was driving it?
Pretty fun, I guess. I'm not wearing my big hat, but it's pretty fun, I guess.
Was she able to turn pretty good?
I don't know.
What was going through your head when you saw that random lady come and scream fire?
I was like, oh, did I break their car? I immediately thought that, and I didn't mean to.
Well, you did great, and you made it under 15 seconds, so you, I guess, will be driving the car. Are you excited about that?
I don't know if they should trust me.
You don't know if they should trust you. Right now, he is part of the film crew, and he's able to drive this car as well because
I'm short.
Yes, because he's short. All right, so what are you doing right now?
I am buckling the seatbelt. We have a lovely 5-point harness here. Not quite the ultimate, but close to, but basically the standard for racing seatbelts. Is that it? No, I'm missing one, aren't I?
Have you ever put on a 5-point harness before?
So anyone who's watched the media laps with me and the other camera crew will have noticed that we were actually driven around in the EV division yesterday, and that gave us a lovely introduction into the safety feature.
That must have been awesome.
It really was, but now I get to drive it, and that's even better. All right, wish me luck, folks.
Okay, do you know what you're doing in the event of emergency?
Yes, I undo this.
No.
Well, first I disconnect it.
No. First we're going to stop.
Oh, well, yes.
Let's kill the power.
So I stop, I disconnect, I undo the seatbelt, I take out the steering wheel, and I jump out as quickly as I can.
How do you kill the disconnect?
These two switches here.
Show me. Okay. Do you have a fire extinguisher in this car?
Yes, I do. Right.
Okay.
Ready?
All right, canopies over.
Chalks?
Yeah.
Whenever you're ready.
So you're going to slow the first time, get used to it. On the second half of it, you need at least 20 miles an hour, okay?
Okay.
Whenever you're ready, go for it. Your car's on fire. Get out now!
Perfect.
Not expecting that.
10 seconds.
Were you expecting that at all?
Well, yes, but not right now. Then again, fire doesn't exactly wait for you.
So you were the judge that did the station during scrutineering that did this the whole time, correct?
I was one of a couple, yes.
How many times have you yelled fire, and did you lose your voice?
I lost a water.
Probably 50 times over the last 3 days. Luckily, my voice is good because I'm not the only one screaming fire, so...
Perfect. You guys do anything creative to yell fire? Because I saw over there that you had some random lady yell and scream fire to catch the driver off guard.
Yeah, we try to mix it up and just catch everyone off guard. She's going to do it again in just a second. It's actually one of her students, so it'll be a little more special.
Perfect, perfect.
What we're looking for now is the driver's ability to weave between the cones and specifically make it to 20 miles per hour. Now the driver will turn around and do the same thing on the way back. So every once in a while we test the drivers twice just to make sure that they're ready for any situation. Perfect, he did it perfectly. He passed not once, but twice. This driver is 100% ready for the track.
All right, did you hear that, guys? Did you hear that? Yes, our very own Tomek is ready for the track and is now qualified to drive a solar car. So, Plano Green team now has our driver, and we are a crew person short. Hopefully we can find a replacement crew person. Let's go back there and see what's going on with him.
Did you expect that at all?
No. And again, fire doesn't wait for what I expect. So I guess I'm ready.
Exactly, he is 100% ready.
I'm also a little banged up. They should work on making that car a little bigger.
Too tight?
No, that's perfect. Thank you.
You know, the most important part about being a driver, if you lose this, you can't drive. And if you lose it, you got to come back to me, and you probably can't afford another one.
I can do a song. That's good fun.
Only if you said that.
What's great about this race is it's called the Solar Car Challenge, not the Solar Car Race. So a big thing that we do here is work with camaraderie. So we have multiple teams that have drivers that are on different teams driving someone else's car.
All right, so we're going to go back to track cam and see some of these cars cruising around getting laps in the final 30 minutes of the race here, in the final 30 minutes of today. Going over to track cam. And all right, Mackenzie is now in the garages talking to the Palmdale Electric team. That's right, Palmdale. So, over to you, Mackenzie.
Okay, over to me for one last time today for our scheduled interviews. We're back with the Palmdale Electric Solar Car team. Again, if you remember, they have two different cars, so if you feel like you've seen a lot of them so far, it's because we've been chatting with both sides. So this is our representative talking about their electric team. Will you please go ahead and introduce yourself for us? Tell us how long you've been on the team and what role you tend to play as a part of your team.
My name is Victor, and I'm the team captain for the electric car, and I've been on the team for about 3 years now, but this is my first race.
Awesome. Okay, first race has got to be kind of exciting, so now I guess I have to ask first, how has your race been so far for you? Are you excited? Is it cool being out on Texas Motor Speedway? Tell me all about it.
Well, since it's my first race, everything is new, so all of this is new to me and new to my whole team, because my whole team is also this is also their first race, but it's been pretty well. Yeah, we can't complain. We've had some good runs and some bad runs as well, but you just have to learn along the way.
Yeah, actually, you bring up a great point, so we'll get right into that. Your car and your race this far, right? We're on day 3. We're at the end of day 3, so we're almost to the end. Tell me a little bit about your race so far. We checked in on day 1, but a lot's probably happened since then.
Oh, yeah. So on day 1, I don't think most of the team was mentally prepared of what was coming towards us. Like, we were just kind of going at it, seeing how it would end up, and doing so we learned a lot of things of how to manage our time, how to work with each other more better. But on day 2, that's when we really came out. We got first place for the day, so that was pretty cool, and just goes to show that we actually kind of learned from our experiences, and now that we're on day 3, we're trying to put them into work again and trying to go for number 1 again.
That's awesome. And actually, watching the Electric Solar Division has been one of my favorite races so far this season, just because it's been a pretty close race, particularly between y'all and the Heroes Alliance team. So tell me a little bit what it's like to get to race with another team, what that kind of attitude is like, and how fun it is to get to kind of go back and forth with someone.
Well, it's pretty competitive. Even though they're very great people, I've seen them, I've seen how they work. They're really, really good competitors, cannot complain. They're very nice, but yet they're competitors. We still have to be on our toes, try to keep going as much as we can, but sometimes you can go as much as you can. Sometimes you slow down and sometimes you speed up.
And if I remember correctly, your division was down to 1 lap difference from yesterday.
Oh, yes.
1 lap, which is pretty small in terms of a distance between y'all. So obviously both teams are really strong and really great. I'd love to hear, for you, at least yesterday, what do you think was your strategy to help get you to that point, and how do you feel like you ended up snagging that 1 last lap?
Well, a lot of things come into consideration, but one of the things that we were doing was kind of just maxing out how fast we can go, and we had a good consistency between changing the batteries, and the batteries were charging at a great rate. That's why we were also to keep going with that pressure the whole race. And then at the end, I think because we came after them in the time, we were able to get that last lap, and luckily we got that first win.
Yeah, that's awesome. And we talked about that back in the studio, talking about that Delta time and how, because you guys started later in the day when we first sent all the cars out, you got a little extra time in the afternoon in order to even it out, so everyone had the same amount of time out on the track, and you guys were able to squeeze another lap with that, which is super, super awesome. We've talked with a lot of teams out here about how hot it is and how the weather has kind of made an impact on how their car is operating. Out of curiosity, have you guys felt any of that, any of the heat having an impact on how you race so far this year?
Yeah, this morning we actually believe that the heat was one of the main considerations why we had to come out of the race for 20 minutes just for a break to let the batteries cool down and kind of let them recharge for a bit. That and the wind has also been very affecting the aerodynamics of the car. So.
I think some people who are less familiar with the Solar Car Challenge may not know just how finicky some of these cars can be and how one little thing could cause a pretty big breakdown. So could you talk us through a little bit about how important it is to be on top of your car, to be aware of what's happening, and to watch for those types of things?
Oh yeah, most definitely. You have to be on watch on anything, not just us who are spectating the car, but the drivers themselves. They have to be on looking at the tires, looking at the wheels. The other day we had a mishap with our solar car, and we we only caught it because the driver was able to look around and see that there was something wasn't right. So we brought it in, fixed it, and put it back out. But yeah, you always have to be on your toes around here.
Awesome, on your toes. I like it. That's just the Solar Car Challenge, I guess, huh? Yeah. Okay, we're on the end of the last day. We're looking towards tomorrow. Tomorrow's the last day of racing. I'd love to hear, and I've talked with a lot of teams today about this, if you've been watching the live stream, about goals that you've set for either yourself personally or for the team as a whole, especially entering in that last day. So what could you speak on for goals for yourself or your team now that we're nearing the end of the race?
Well, first of all, one of our main goals was just to get here since it's our first year here. We were supposed to come yesterday, but we weren't able to because of COVID. But just being here has been a great accomplishment. But now that we're actually here, our next goal was scrutineer, and we passed within 22 minutes of the timer coming down. And then now we're in the races with both cars, and we're just trying to get first place on both. We're just trying our hardest and trying to see how far we get.
Awesome. Sounds like you guys have been doing a pretty good job with your goals so far, which is really awesome. So I wish you luck as you continue to do that. I feel like sometimes when we talk about things like scrutineering and we talk about the race, it sounds kind of crazy sometimes to people watching from back home because we use all these words, we talk about it like we're really familiar. But there maybe are some people out there who are interested in solar or curious about solar car. I've asked a lot of teams about what is one piece of advice or encouragement that you would give to anybody who is out there watching and thinking about, I don't know, maybe I might want to start or join a solar car team. So what would you say?
Well, I say just go for it. If you have at least a little bit of interest, bring it up. Nothing hurts in just bringing it up to one of your advisors. And if they're into it, maybe other people are into it because people share similarities. And sooner or later, you'll end up here racing with other teams.
I have one more question for you before I get you back so you can get ready for your car to come off the track for the last time today. You mentioned you're captain for your EV team, and something I haven't talked to as many students about this year is what it means to you personally to be captain, and what kind of responsibility does that look like, and how do you personally act as captain for your team?
Well, I guess the main thing for me is just everyone's important. No, I'm not saying that I'm the most important or I'm the most crucial, but I think that every team member has their little piece in the whole puzzle. Because without any of just one of our team members, I don't think we would be here where we are right now. Even just people who just help push the cars or people who just give water, but those are some necessary tasks, and it's pretty awesome that some people just take up those tasks without any argument or any resistance from that. So.
Thank you so much. It's so great to hear about your teamwork. So great to hear that your team's doing well. And like I promised, I will let you get right on back to your team. So for the very last time today with our scheduled interviews, we are signing out and sending it back to you, Stuart. Thank you so much, and thank you to Palmdale. Bye-bye, guys.
Thank you, Mackenzie. Thank you. That was a wonderful little interview there with Palmdale. Now we have Tomek and Isaac, our correspondents, who are going to try a bit of a science experiment. So let's cut to Tomek and Isaac.
So we've been droning on and on all day about how hot it is here at Texas Motor Speedway. And we figured the best way to show you this would be to cook an egg on it. Our readings are showing variation somewhere in the region of 155 to 160 degrees Fahrenheit on this here apron of the track, and 154 Fahrenheit is technically the temperature needed to curdle egg whites. Let's find out.
So Tomek over here will be cracking the eggs, and he'll be doing a demonstration.
Let's find a nice hot spot. I need to get better at my egg cracking.
The area next to it is currently reading around 155.
Edges, they are in fact cooking. Let me try and get a whole yolk.
Don't put it next to her. Put it far.
Lovely. That is what I call breakfast of champions.
So now we play the game of...
And now we play the waiting game.
One of the issues is that although the track is above 154, the instant we put down the egg, it rapidly cools down the track. Therefore, it is a real question whether it is enough to fry an egg.
back, the sunlight will continue cooking this, and the track will continue to get hotter as it absorbs infrared radiation from the sun. For now, it's looking a little promising. Back to Mr. Stewart in the studio.
All right. Well, that was interesting. Unfortunately, it did not sizzle and pop and cook like we all would hope. But given time to heat up and return to that 154 magic number to actually curdle an egg white, we'll see. So we're going to go back to some track coverage now. And then we shall return back to the egg to see if it's made any cooking progress shortly. All right, our audio is now live. And it looks like it is the end of the day. It's shortly after 4, and cars are beginning to come off of the track. Let's see, we got another one queued up here. All right. I have Austin with me here. And Austin, how long have you been involved in the solar car team?
So for the solar car race, I've been involved almost 5 years. I raced 4 years in high school, but this is my first year as an intern where I get to be on the other side of things, which I'm pretty excited about.
Okay, great. So end of the race, what is a strategy? What are teams going to be doing as they start exiting the track?
So right now is a scramble, if I'm being honest. It's a scramble to get sun. So as the sun goes down, the most efficient way to run your panels is directly perpendicular. So right now they're trying to get off of the track, and they're going to get jacks and tilt their cars as far over as they can to get in line with that sun and get their batteries up to 100% before starting tomorrow's race.
Excellent. I see we have a car coming off here. What is that? Let's see. It looks like we have a electric division car and then 3 other solar cars behind it. Looks like there's some sort of delay or pile up here.
So the one that we see in front is a 2-seater, and that is a solar electric vehicle. In this vehicle, the arrays, the solar panels, are actually outside of the track, and the team will come in and swap batteries.
All right, I wonder what their delay is there. All right, and let's get some audio coming up here. Here we go, there's another angle here, and there we go. All right, waiting for these cars to come in. All right, so Austin, looks like we have quite a lot of cars coming in here. So again, they get staggered, right? It's not just a cutoff time. Each team gets the same amount of time on the track. So if they were let out 10 minutes after the start time, then they're allowed to come in 10 minutes after the close down. Is that correct?
Exactly, yes. So each car at the end of the race, the team that is in first place will have the first time slot, which starts at 8 o'clock. The second place team will start at 8:01 and 8:02 and so on. And so they have an official race clock, which is actually different than the clock you would see on your phone. Now this official race clock needs to be exact, because if a team is off the track just 10 seconds after they need to be, they can be penalized.
All right, and again, now let's talk about so all these cars are going to come in, and their whole goal now is to stay here as long as there is sun in charge. Is that correct?
Exactly, yeah. They'll get sun until 7:30, 8 o'clock, and by the time that comes, the cars are going to almost be sideways. It's a balancing act by the end of the day. It's a little bit crazy, but some cars can do it.
Nice. Well, let's stick trackside, and we will watch these cars as they come in. Oh, not too many here right now. Oh, there's one right around the corner there. right. So now we have down in the garage areas the Plano Green team that just came in, and again, that's the team that our very own Tomek has now been qualified to drive their solar car.
Yep.
So let's switch to them, and Tomek, we are switching to you live.
All right, yes indeed. So we are here in the North Garage. As Mr. Mayor said, I'm qualified to drive this car, but I'm not the only non-Plano Green team member that has been qualified to drive this car, and this was your first driving today, wasn't it?
Yes, it was. I just learned how to drive this car like 10 minutes before we ended the race, and then I said, oh yeah, okay, I can drive your car. If you need drivers, then I'm willing to drive tomorrow as well. The car ran super smoothly, so yeah, it was great.
Did you drive your own car as well, or was this your first time driving a solar car?
Yes, I drove our car yesterday.
And how did the two compare?
Well, ours is definitely way faster. We have a motor controller as well, so we can definitely set our speeds, and we don't have to just keep your foot on the pedal. With Plano's car, you have to keep your foot on the pedal, and you're definitely traveling at lower speeds. But both were excellent drives. I really enjoyed both of them.
Okay, good to hear. From the Plano Green team perspective, apart from obviously having to qualify extra drivers, how was today in terms of reliability and performance?
So we were extremely impressed with the reliability of our car. We were able to drive around basically the entire time, with the exception of having to trailer because we let our aux battery die. Other than that,
But those are not solar charged and easily replaceable, right? So you just put a new one in there.
Exactly, yeah. So we were able to just pop a new one in and get back on the track and racing.
Yeah, good consistent day from the Plano Green team. Look out for me driving this car tomorrow, and best of luck. Oh yeah, I'm sorry.
All right, well that was fun. And now we have our other correspondent, Isaac, in the other garage there, and it looks like they're setting up and going to be finding an interview soon.
Yes, the teams in the past have only had one garage when it first started, but now that we have so many racers, we've used both garages at the Speedway, which we are very excited about.
All right, let's check back at the track, see if we have any cars coming in there. Looks like no. Looks like the track is clear. No cars coming around. Must already be in. So let's go find Isaac, and Isaac, you are live, and we're just going to follow you as you find some racers to speak with.
We need to interview soon, so.
Let's stay inside.
Yeah, stay inside, yeah. We're bouncing back between the garages right now, so.
Bro,
We're live right now? We're live? Hello.
What's up?
So I know I interviewed you guys before we left. Yeah. I know I interviewed you guys before we left.
Yep.
And how are you feeling? How is the car going?
I'm feeling great. You know?
How's the driver feeling? That's the important part.
Well, you can ask her. I mean,
how are you feeling?
Feeling pretty good. Drinking water. It was a little hot, just a little.
This is like your third afternoon out already. You've done this 2 times already. How do you compare it between today and before?
It's definitely hotter today, but our car's running better, so I think I'm in a better mood. Overall, everything's pretty good.
Have you guys gotten to a groove yet? Just like knowing what to do and already experienced with this?
Yeah, every driver who's gonna go out for us has driven the car amply, so we're all pretty good with what's happening and in tune with the car.
Did you encounter any new issues today? Any new issues in the past 2 hours that you didn't see before?
No, not any new issues with the car. I think we've hit about every issue we possibly could have. So we're doing pretty well, all things considered.
And thank you. And
all right, thank you, Isaac. And now over to Tomek, who's talking to another team over in the northern garage.
Yes. Oh, yes, indeed. So I'm here with the Oregon Solar team. They had a bit of a troubled early start to the day. Their solar array wasn't working and wasn't charging the battery, and so they had to put a new disconnect switch in?
Yes, so during the first 2 laps, we figured out that the battery wasn't charging at all,
so we had to bring it in, and we couldn't find a disconnect switch. So some of the other teams loaned us one. So that was very nice of the other team.
Great example of camaraderie here in the garage. But the rest of the day, you guys got some good running in. What was the speed like? You drove the car. What was it good?
So we were going pretty fast on turn 3 and 4. We were pulling about 40 mile an hour, and we weren't losing any power at all. So it was just like kind of an overflow from the solar array straight to the motors.
So your batteries weren't being depleted, and you were powering it straight from the solar power?
Correct.
Wow, that's very impressive. And yeah, speed was good, pace was good. Was it just about what you expected in terms of battery depletion?
Yeah, it was a little bit faster than we thought it would be, but overall, I think today was a pretty good day. Good learning opportunities.
Final question: how bad was the wind? We were feeling it down here. Were you feeling it on track?
So our car has a teardrop effect in the wind. So basically, with that effect, we can't feel the wind at all. So even with the wheel wells, since they're open at the bottom, the aerodynamics are so good that we can't even feel any of the wind, and we can't hear any of the wind either. So,
did you guys design this chassis in Very impressive. We'll move over to Isaac, who has more. And thank you. Good luck tomorrow.
Thanks so much.
Thank you.
That's right. Isaac is now with the Holy Solars. The Holy Solars. Take it away, Isaac.
Hi, I'm Isaac, and I'm with Alex from the Holy Solars team here. How are you feeling right now, Alex?
I mean, to be honest, I'm pretty hot right now, but I'm pretty satisfied after the end of a pretty good day. We experienced some minor troubles in the morning. We had to take our car off because we had a loose bolt on our hub. So we fixed that up real quick. We also had to change out a few radios, so that slowed us down a little bit. But other than that, a pretty smooth day.
We've done this already. We've done like 2 days already. How are you feeling on the third day? Is it different from the first 2 days, or are you getting into a groove already?
I feel like we're getting into sort of a groove. We've had some very, very minor issues. I'm really happy, and I think we're really lucky that we haven't been off the track for a prolonged period of time. So I'm really happy that we're staying on the track almost the full time we're out and basically getting the most efficiency out of our car and out of our team. So I'm really happy.
I know we've asked a lot about like heat issues, but one thing a lot of people missed is today was much more windier than before. Oh, yeah. Has that proved to be any issue to your team, to the car, to driving at all?
From hearing from our driver, it's a little bit more difficult on the front straight because the wind's coming right at us. Yesterday we had our top panel lift off and fly over the driver's head, so we had to repair that. But luckily, no issues like that today. Our front panel was a little bit wobbly, but we got it strapped down during lunch. So nothing with the wind much, and it's clearly quite hot outside, but luckily our car has open windows because we only have the windshield on the sides, or on the front. So there's a lot of airflow getting to the driver, and luckily we had no components overheat at all. Our motor controller and our motor are almost sitting outside the inside of the car, so they get quite a bit of airflow.
I can see you're doing really well. I see your 2 trophies over there. Congratulations, and I hope you do really well tomorrow. Thank you.
Great.
Back to you, Stuart.
We're live. Okay, so I'm here with the Iron Lions. Pretty good day of running for you guys, but you did have some issues with the solar array. Can you tell us about that?
So basically one of our issues we had on the back was, on the back of those panels where they're connected, the vibration started causing them to disconnect and arc. So we noticed that we had lost a zone. So we came in and we saw that they had been arcing, so we just decided to go ahead and, instead of trying to rip the panels off and fix them or anything, we just bypassed those two rows of cells in the back zone, and then we just ran on like 2, and then the third one was slightly lower voltage.
So you did limit your solar capacity because of that. How did that change the speed you guys were running at out on track?
It didn't really change it very much. We really only lost about 1/4 of an amp coming in, but it wasn't very bad. We still averaged around our like 40 miles an hour.
Yeah, around 6 amps coming in. From comparison, I feel like it actually kind of helped us, because around like 10 we were getting about 3 amps or 4 amps, and once we did all that to the car, canceled those 2 rows of panels, we ended up getting about 6, 7 the whole day.
Yeah, no, so a very good day for you guys.
And whenever we were driving, a few times we saw around 8 in the really good sunlight and up to 9 every now and then. So
Great.
It didn't really cause a whole lot of problems.
Okay. Anything else you guys want to talk about? How tomorrow's going to go? You have any particular plans, or just going to kind of do out the same thing?
Just try to run as best as we can.
Yeah. I mean, we've been finding the little bitty bugs that we didn't find in testing, so we're just trying our best to keep racing.
Well, yeah. You guys look great out there. I always love watching it. So appreciate you talking to us. Best of luck.
Hi, I'm Isaac, and this is Steven from the Heroes Alliance. So, Steven, can you quickly just tell me, how are you feeling right now?
Feeling, well, pretty warm. It's hot outside. It was the hottest it's been. We did some quick changes. Every single battery swap, 30 minutes at least, from like driving as many laps as we could. We felt pretty cool with the air, hot air, but it was something. Some air breeze coming through with us, staying hydrated, everything like that.
This is our third day doing this, so you guys have ample amount of practice. Did you get into a groove today, or did you have new issues you had to fix or anything like that?
Everything's been great. Everything's been consistent, as I always mention. The only thing we did change, we added a little shade, a little sombrero, somebody said, on the motor. It helped to keep it cool. The temperature did climb to 201. We wanted it to keep it under 200 degrees Fahrenheit, but it was way harder to get it up there. It was a good addition.
We asked a lot about the heat, but did the wind prove any issue to us, considering today was the first day with major wind?
Right. Yes. In the front straight, we did experience a lot of wind resistance. We did get low, especially turn 4. Turn 4 is one of the steepest climbs. We would get around consistently the whole track like 19 or 20, and then at that place right over there, turn 4, we'd get 17 or lower even.
Well, thank you, Stephen. I'm glad you had relatively few problems, and good luck for you tomorrow.
Thank you very much.
Back to you, Stuart.
Okay, so I'm here with the Winston Solar Team captain. Another kind of trouble-ridden day for you guys. I heard the battery was a main issue. Can you tell us a bit about that?
Absolutely. So we were working with some older batteries that we purchased at the end of 2019, and it was just another issue in the long history of this car where we're having issues with renewing parts that we thought we were going to race with a 2020 race, and due to multiple issues it wasn't possible. And so it's the constant fixing and making sure that the things are working the way they should when they've been sitting on shelves and not being used like they normally would be.
But you did get out by the end of today. Do you think that's you're kind of over the crest and it's downhill from here?
Absolutely. So yesterday we were going 15 miles an hour on average. I was just told by my electrical lead we're now going 25. This is where we want to be, and we really hope that tomorrow will be our best day and that we'll run into as little issues as possible. And I'm just looking forward to tomorrow.
Good to hear. Yeah. So the plan for tomorrow is just to keep. Are you going to keep building, or you think you've kind of found where you're going to stay?
No, I think we found the issue, and the issue was the batteries. I think that we started solving other issues like our motor controller and our trackers and other things, and they ended up being the batteries, and I think we found the main cause, and we figured out why, and I think tomorrow we will have the longest amount of time out on the track that we've had.
I am glad to hear that, and I'm looking forward to seeing it. Best of luck. Appreciate it.
Hi, I'm Isaac. I'm here with Evan from Pirate Ingenuity. So, Evan, can you tell me how you or your team is feeling right now for today?
We're feeling pretty good. We're holding a good second place in the Classic division, and we've been able to go at a pretty consistent rate along the track.
This is our third day doing it. You've done this for the first 2 days. Have you found your groove yet, or are you still are you encountering new problems or something?
We're pretty much kind of found our groove on where we need to be. The first 2 days were kind of crazy on trying to figure out what to do, what speed we should go at. We're trying to go, it kind of fluctuates depending on our battery charge, and we try to get as much of that as we can. But as we've kind of continued, we realized, so we were able to go a good 18 to 20 really well for a while. So we try to get a lot of that in the morning, then just coast off of solar. Then once lunch hits, we let it charge, go back up until, because it's couple hours after lunch that we could just book it, try to drain the batteries, and then let it charge in the afternoon. However, so it took us until, our whole day one was chaotic on trying to find a speed, trying to figure out what was happening, because we didn't know if our batteries weren't charging, or if the car wasn't monitoring the solar, or if it was cutting off the voltage somewhere, because it was just not working. And we got the low voltage, but we checked the batteries, and they were at 55 max volts. So we figured out there was a loose connection, as well as our supplemental battery, the one that powers all our low voltage, needs to be powered on for our car to actually charge. So we only discovered that after we wasted a good 5 hours of day one sitting in the sun warming metal.
So far, today in the afternoon, you ran the car all fine, all perfect. You ready for tomorrow?
Oh yeah, we're totally ready for tomorrow. I'm really excited because I feel like we're not going to be able to get in first place. They're 40, 50 laps ahead of us, but it's a really fun anyway.
Second place is strong.
Yeah, I'm proud of second place. I'm proud of getting here. We're a first level, first year team. This is the first time our school's done this. So just the fact that we've gotten past scrutineering is what I'm happy.
You more than just got past scrutineering. You've got how many laps at this point?
We have 199 laps officially, but we're fighting to say that last lap where we pulled in should have been our 200. We're still figuring that out. Technically, I think we did 200 laps. That was just an easy 200.
Well, congratulations. You're doing great. I hope tomorrow's the same thing. Smoothly, no issues. You found your groove. Thank you.
Yeah.
Good luck.
Thank you.
Back to you.
Okay. So I'm here standing by the Racebeck solar car, and we've bumped into a very special guest here who's going to be speaking at the post-race banquet tomorrow. Could you introduce yourself and tell us a little bit about how you're involved in solar cars?
Hello, so great to meet you. My name's Kristen Slanina. I was actually born in Grand Rapids, Michigan, but in 5th grade we moved to Bedford, Texas, so not too far from here. Practically a local. My parents lived here 22 years. And it was in 1991 that I was co-captain and driver of the MIT solar car team. And the big race for me was the American Tour de Sol, where we started in Albany, New York, 5 days to Plymouth, Massachusetts, starting on May 20th, 1991. So really excited to be here. It's so great to see all of these students and their creations, and excited for our last day tomorrow.
How does this compare with the solar cars you worked with?
Wow, so that's great. So I have to say, in 1991, that's 31 years ago, right? Very much the forefront of technologies, and we had to design and make a lot of everything ourselves. And our solar panel efficiency was at 11%, and that was pretty amazing. So it has come a long way, but honestly, I have to say, we thought we were pioneers. We wanted to change the world. I kind of hoped that we would be a little further ahead today, 31 years later, but you know what? I see great things coming.
For reference, in the classic division, the maximum solar power panel efficiency mandated by the rules is 20%, which is basically double what the top category was 30 years ago. And these are even better than that, so that's very impressive. Anything you'd like to add?
As I said, great creativity of the teams, and to do this in high school, wow, I wish that I had had that opportunity. So I love to see things like this. I love what Dr. Marks has done so many years, and really happy to be a part of it today.
Okay. Well, thank you so much. Appreciate you talking to us, and look forward to hearing you tomorrow at the banquet. Thank you. Let's quickly pan into the Razenbeck garage here. Can I borrow you for 20 seconds? Sorry.
You want to talk about how I did today?
Yeah.
About what?
About how you guys did today. Noticing a little bit of damage to the car. What
Well, so we're taking the fairings off just to adjust the brakes.
Mm-hmm. Were they clamping down too much?
Yeah, we just had a few issues with them today, so...
We didn't really notice them. You guys seem to be flying up.
Yeah. We're also, so we had a few problems with our radio as well, which was rectified by us turning the volume up, so,
That does tend to help.
Yeah, so that was an easy fix. And then we're also changing out some horns because today we were off the track for a
Right,
bit
I
because
heard about that.
our horns died.
Are you aware that you guys have done 1,008 miles so far?
I just learned that, so.
Big milestone. Very impressive. Were you expecting to reach that, especially this early in the race?
Not this early. I mean, I think we expected to do better than we did last year with our improvements to our electrical and the panels, but to do it this early is really amazing. Yeah.
No, very cool stuff. Okay. Hopefully those repairs don't take too long and are fairly easily sorted out. It looks like you have it under control. Yeah, just brake adjustment, you said?
Yep, just brake adjustment.
Okay. We'll be looking forward to see how you run tomorrow. Appreciate it. Thanks.
All right, that was the Racebeck team, the unchallenged leaders right now in the race in the advanced division.
Yeah, really incredible. Well, and we were talking, you just heard it, last year at the race, if you remember, if you watched with us last year, day one was a rainy, cloudy day, which is not great for solar cars. And I know Raceback was really trying to hit that 1,000-mile mark and just came short, probably due to that cloud coverage. So for them to hit it on day 3 for them must feel like such a great reward.
Yeah, so so that was their goal, and they hit it on day 3, and their car is just screaming around the track. It's very very impressive,
Right.
and they're setting all sorts of records for this race.
Which is awesome. And speaking of around the track, I have our unofficial miles for today, or our lap count, which I would be more than happy to go through for everybody. So starting off with our classic division, we have the Holy Solars holding nice and strong. They were able to unofficially get 76 laps today. Gotta make sure every lap counts.
76 laps, yeah.
Which is great because Pirate Ingenuity was actually at 70 laps, so really close behind them.
Oh,
so
wow.
they're doing better and better as we see the race go on. Holy Solars is still the top overall with 251 laps total. Within the advanced division, so this is actually really exciting, a change of pace today. Covenant Christian and Wiley East have been battling back and forth. For the past 2 days, we've seen Covenant stay on top, but today, Wiley East unofficially has 110 laps, and Covenant Christian has 104. So it looks like Wiley may have caught them today, which I'm sure is really fun for the two teams to go back and forth with.
Wow, that's an exciting race.
Yeah, now Covenant Christian still holds on top overall for the 356 laps total. So that's exciting, so we'll have to keep an eye out for them tomorrow as well. And in the advanced division, we just talked to Raceback. We talked about it. They got 208 laps today for a grand total of 672 laps total, which this is a 1.5 mile long track, making that a 1,008 miles. Pretty exciting. And then in the electric solar division, another great race today. We saw Heroes Alliance out on top with 73 laps total, and that next place division team being in the Solar Car Falcons at 66. So starting to see it all come together. Iron Lions came back out today, did great, and got 147 laps. So we're seeing the teams really get into gear, I think, finally.
Great. Let's cut back to Tomek right now. Tomek, if you could restart your interview there real quick, we're going to cut back to you, and you are live.
Okay. Would you mind? Okay. So, we're just back here with Raceback. They're still working on the car. They're just doing some routine brake inspection. And we've just heard... We've just heard that they've had to dip their tools in the ice box to keep them cold enough to work with.
Yeah, so pretty much we've just had a bunch of tools, dip them in there, and then we start fixing stuff. So I'm working on the brakes right now, and then the fairing, I can talk a little bit about that. The fairing is made with fiberglass, carbon fiber, epoxy, and then how we made it was, we put a styrofoam block, and then we cut it out, and then we still have some of the styrofoam in. We just hollowed pretty much everything out. And then our quarter turn system.
Yeah, this is very neat. So to take the fairings off for easy access, maintenance access to the wheels here, they just have these little quarter turns here, which is an aircraft maintenance tactic, where essentially the bolts need to be loosened a quarter turn, and then they can be taken off. And so you don't have to worry about unscrewing several bolts all the way, and it makes maintenance a lot easier. And this helped you guys yesterday when you hit a cone, right?
Yeah, when we hit the cone, it was very easy to take off. In years past, we would have had to do just screws, and obviously that takes a while because you're unscrewing. You have to take each one out, the like quarter turns actually stay on to the fairing, so we don't have to worry about lifting it up, putting it back in. So it's a lot more efficient.
That is fantastic. And final question: how did you guys design the aerodynamics of the car? What was in brief? What was that process like?
Take this one. Is that a big question?
It can be a you question. Yes, indeed. How did you guys design the aerodynamics of this car? What kind of testing and iterative design was involved in that process?
We started the race in 2019. That's when our team was originally created. And that year we really just kind of went into, we wanted to compete in 2019 year, which means we had to put a car together quite quickly. So we went to the scrapyard, got a bunch of metal, threw them together, and came here and raced it. We didn't exactly like that process, so the next year we designed the entire car in CAD. We use Inventor. Our school gives every student who attends a license to it, so on Inventor we designed the car, did all the interior work, made sure we had all the framing done, then we went to the aero shell. And then after that, we started actually putting the car together. So we first initially do aero tests online, so using CFD, computational fluid dynamics softwares. They're built into a bunch of general programs such as SolidWorks Flow. We got a licensing agreement with Star CCM, which is a more technical, more advanced CFD software where we're able to get initial drag numbers. And that's kind of how we decided on the shape of the car. After that, we put it together. We built the steel frame that holds the car and the main frame.
Not aluminium?
No, aluminum. Aluminum is a little more hard to work with. We had on hand a MIG welder. It's really easy. You just point and weld, and you can get a real clean weld really fast. Teddy actually does most of the welds on our team. But with aluminum, you have to use TIG, and it takes a little more time, a little bit more skill, and wasn't something that we really had time for. So steel was kind of quick and easy, got the job done for us.
And I see those are machine parts, aren't they?
Machines. So part of that design process for us was the putting together of the suspension unit. Just for ease of, or the design that we ended up choosing with this catamaran style was much easier to just mount the wheel in front of the car rather than to the side, because as you'd imagine, if we were to mount it to the side, we'd now exceed the width limit, and we couldn't use the standard double A arm, so we actually chose to use a leading link. In the rear, it's a trailing link. After we finished the design, we sent it out, put them in mechanical drawings to a machine shop, and they put all the parts together for us, brought it back, we bolted it onto the frame, and it seemed to work pretty well. Oh, everything's flat away. But yeah, that's how the suspension all came about. I mean, this brake holder caliper went through probably 6 or 7 design iterations because it has to fit the radius of this disc brake almost perfectly. And so trying to make it strong and attached to this suspension unit was a pretty difficult process. So a lot of work went into these suspension units. We're reworking it for next year, trying to lighten it up. You can see it's just basically a block of steel. There's some pockets here, but it's definitely something we want to improve for next year.
Always pursuing better. Okay. That's all from us for now. Appreciate you talking to us. Yeah, there we go. Handshake. Tomek out.
All right, thank you, Tomek. Thank you. So our camera crew there is now going to very quickly run back to the track, and we're going to revisit that egg and see if it was actually hot enough to cook or not. Honestly, we have no clue. We haven't seen it yet. This will be a surprise. We are right at that egg's point of cooking. Apparently, 154 degrees is what I've been told. Fahrenheit is the temperature needed to, cook and solidify egg whites.
So we'll see. Sure enough to cook me if I was laying out there.
Yeah,
so.
I think the temperature was slightly above that, but when they placed the egg on it, the coolness of the refrigerated egg, immediately cooled down that particular spot it was laid on. And so anyway, it's been maybe an hour since that egg was laid on there. So we'll see we'll see what happens. So in the meantime, while we're waiting on them to get in position, I guess wind was quite a bit a factor today.
Yeah, more so I think than we were ready for. I mean, we knew the heat was coming. We've been talking about the heat now for 3 days. The heat is only continuing to be a problem. So we figured it out at this point. I think a lot of the teams have figured it out. Like, heat is going to be an issue here. But the wind was different. I don't think we were ready for it. And to be honest, it was kind of a hot wind sometimes. It wasn't always a refreshing one. And we've talked about this a little bit with different designs of cars. When you have a really aerodynamic car, you may not feel that as bad depending on where the wind's hitting you. But if you have a tabletop car where your panels are above you, that turns into a sail.
Right.
And I've seen cars really struggle with that, either to fight the wind or to fight, being flipped or different things, which is why we have to make sure we're really careful when we scrutinize these cars to make sure
Right.
that they can handle it.
Right.
So teams definitely could have been fighting that today, especially if the winds are coming at them from a side or coming at them in a way that really puts drag on their car.
Right, and we heard some of those teams mention in their interviews that they were having some issues, and it was quite a bit of added resistance. All right, so we are now going to switch over to Tomek and Isaac, and it appears that they have something to show us. So you guys are live. Show us what you got.
All right, I believe we're live. For those of you who were paying attention earlier, we did in fact attempt to cook eggs on Texas Motor Speedway. It is now, what time is it? About 10 to 5, 13 to 5.
About an hour past.
About an hour since we cracked the egg, and while a lot of the more liquid stuff has evaporated, you can very clearly see here around the edges, that is cooked white, and these yolks are not quite as solid as they once were. Well, only one thing to do now.
Give me that.
Let's eat.
Yeah, put it here.
Now, it isn't perfect. If we had a frying pan, some butter, maybe some bacon and an English muffin, that would have been breakfast. This is a science experiment, but we would be remiss if we didn't go all the way through and show you folks that it is in fact possible to cook an egg in the heat of the Texas sun.
Bon appetit.
Yum yum. Yeah,
There you go.
That's a cooked egg, folks.
That actually just cooked.
Hey,
Not well, but cooked.
cooked.
Draw the value.
Chefs in the making. Tomek out. Isaac out too.
Thank you.
A little frightening.
That's a little frightening. Wow. Anyway, we love it.
What a way to wrap up day 3.
Yeah, so it doesn't get better than that. Yes, you indeed can cook an egg. It might take an hour.
Just maybe.
But you can do it on the hot tarmac here at the Texas Motor Speedway at the Solar Car Challenge 2022.
Good stuff.
Yeah. It's been a great day.
It's been a great day. It's been a hot day.
It's been a hot day. And we shall, I guess we'll see you tomorrow morning.
See you tomorrow bright and early.
Remember, we start streaming at 7:15 for the team's meeting. Do a bunch of interviews between 7:30 and 8, and cars roll out at 8 a.m.
Yeah, it's the last day of the race, so it's a good one to tune into.
All right, and let's get our graphic up. There we go. Boom. Thank you. Bye-bye.